Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は178日目です。It is day 178. Business as usual. Yesterday, we have concluded our, I guess you could call it, the journey to level 60 Wanikani stream. I do actually have a Wanikani update in less than a week from now to cover up another thing. But now we start with Bunpro. And then Bunpro ending at Hazuhiro. And then we have projects that will start for the rest of the year, which is our Persona Legacy stuff. So this will be our usual routine now, and of another milestone. As mentioned previously on up to this moment, Wanikani will be used as predominantly a reference material for vocabulary section. The grammar ones, it's more of a nebulous thing for grammar ones because anything that is perhaps Wanikani related would be the grouping, like the relationship between some of the vocabulary. So vocabulary comes in various flavors. Jukugo, right? When compound words, and then the relationship between like the adverbial, the adjective, and then there's nominalized nouns, compound, what I call compound verbs, and also phrasal expressions, like where the ga particle or the wa particle ni is being used. There's also timing, and then occasionally Wanikani also has the particle, like kind of particle things, so different types of particles, like conjunctive phrases and transitional phrases that integrate particles, or they're often treated like particles. So those things can come into play. Generally, grammar helps group Wanikani vocabulary. And then the vocabulary in Bunpro will be leveraging what we learned from character studies from using Wanikani. So that's kind of where we're going now. It's almost 8 p.m. It's like 10 minutes away, so Bunpro refreshes it on its own. Let's get into our grammar here for today. Been a very long last 7 days last week, so kind of take it easy today. What the example? Kind of interesting that this grammar point, like the isification thing, takes on like a very takes on complicated sentences. Oh, foo. How do I isify something? Not rashi either. And then the casual is like kind of thing. That's a vibe. So that's the te kanji. Te kanji. I wonder what they say if I put in. Okay. Oh no, wait. This is change into. Oh no. I think this is the kasuru, right? Try another way of conjugating it. Oh. Oh.
家電製品のコンピューター化が続く。例えば最近では歯ブラシまでも Bluetooth などを備えている。
Oh, because of its. I see. Because in this case, you don't need the suku. Largely because of this. Interesting. Can also be substituted for shita. No. This is for before a noun. I see. Yeah, different ka, not the ka as an unknown ka. Good to know. Good to know. Soku. Yaksoku. Supposed to be expected. Noni. Despite. What is that? Yeah? No, yabu. Yabu. Okay, so which suppose? I don't think I've... Let's say... So this has... It says past tense. So something that uses past tense. You could say... Not considered or to think. A phrase that expresses when speaker thinks that A is bound to be true. Yeah, so then it would be... it could be like hazu. Oh. Wait, is it hazu? That's... Bound. Bound was the key word for hazu. Maybe it's like hazuda. Hazuda no ni. I think that might work. Did you try conjugating... Oh, wait. It's past... They're looking for past tense. Did you include something else in the beginning? So that's a copula. Ga hazu... Hazudatta. Heck! I needed a normalizing thing. So bound was the key word, but I can't really... supposed to be. Expected. Expected is another key word, I think. これ美味しいよ。食べてみ。食べて。And oh, that's a way to look at it. Try. 食べてみる。食べてみて。
これ美味しいよ。食べてみて。
食べてみて。文法。文法の勉強を毎日いい。If you continue, are we using probably this conditional? Oh, with if. Oh wait, suru. Like Shitsuzu.
文法の勉強を毎日し続けたらすぐ上手になるだろう。
I was just swinging for the fences. I was thinking, all right, suru, stem, and it's probably continue, suzukeru, right? Suzukeru. And I'm like, wait a minute. But it says conditional. I'm like, all right, so it's got to be ta because there's a dot there. Tada. I don't think that's gonna happen too often. Like, I view this whole thing like this whole thing is one thing, not just the ra. But the ra helped me out with the conditional using tada for the conjugation of the conditional of a verb. That's it. That's what I was chuckling about. Like, it just so happens that the ra removed something that I had to think through, which isn't like, to me, that's not quite going to help me with output. So, oh yeah, right, the water thing. How do we? This is you. Oh, you. Yesterday there was something that used re, but it's not re. It's like a kunyomi, and I totally did not. I totally did not know what it was. And I still don't remember it. It was still referring to water, but I feel like it refers to cold water. Anyways, you typically refers to like hot water. Or like water that is meant to be heated. Or I mean, it could be water in most cases. Close. As opposed to mizu, right? Mizu. And the other thing, wait. Let me go find out what it is. Which one am I talking about? Because there's also suibun. Suibun is another thing, which is a different type of quality of water. And then we have mizu, right? Mizu. What is it called? Obviously you can honorize mizu. No. I'm looking at G-Serial right now. Where is it? So this one is usually hot. It's usually referring to hot water. Like hot baths, hot springs, hot water, like for tea. What is the other one that I saw? It's not even on here. Yeah. Maybe if I type re, it looks like re, but it's not re. It has like ice on it. Oh, here it is. It is re. Okay. Oh yeah, the re in reizoko, right? But it's a different read. It was sume? No. Ai hi eru ya yasu meru. It was meru. Yeah. No. Sameru is to pull down. What was it? Maybe it's this one. Yeru is to grow cold. There another example. Well, we'll come across it again. It was so interesting. I have no idea why that was the case. Anyways, that's what this reminds me of. All right, while, during. So I have 3 choices here. So this says while I was boiling. Okay. Tea. Tea bag will, so boiling the tea bag will, yeah, readying it technically. Yoishita. So does that tell me which one it is? It feels like a sequence. No, maybe not. So I'm okay. Well, here's one. I'm given a verb, right? So wait, is this wa? Okay. So so the only one that I think of that is wild that uses a verb as the function would be like wakasu nagara, or is it wakashi nagara? Okay, so it's not that. So now I can't. So there's something else. Oh wait, this is progressive. It's asking for a progressive. So then it's not just finished doing. That would be past tense. Progressive would mean that I can use the progressive form, and I can still use tokoro. Tokoro da is like in the middle of. That's one of them. That's one of two that I can use. So this one I know particularly uses the progressive. So like wakashite iru tokoro da, or wa de ite, sorry, tokoro. Okay, so it's not that as well. So now I have to think about why they differ, because I still don't get it at the moment, like how they differ. What was the other one while doing it? Oh, we got nagara, big system, and then we have tokoroda. And this, then it would be the aida, right? Then we'll use aida ni instead. So, which is the other te form? Aida and tokoro are the ones. And now I have to remind myself why they differ. So, wakashite iru aida ni.
お湯を沸かしている間にティーバッグを用意した。
All right, let's go back to the drawing board. All right, back to the relations. So nagara involves the idea in both, but differs in structure nuance. Okay, expresses that something happens during another ongoing action. I mean, it's not enough to look at that. There's one subject doing two things at once. I can't tell the difference. Wait. I can't tell the difference. In that case. Well, technically, it's describing the tea bag, right? Like, it's describing the action. But the subject can be inferred as being the same person, too. So it might have something to do with the idea of these things are happening to an object versus someone manipulating that. Well, this is direct. So, I mean, yeah, that's tough. I'm still not quite sure about that. And then we have tokoroda, right? But different focus. Right? In terms of tokoroda, it means being in the middle of something, often with a sense of being occupied, right? Which, while you're boiling the water, I guess you're not necessarily occupied. That's why you ready the tea, but you can be occupied with it, and it highlights something that happens during another action. Yeah, so I still am unsure how I would be able to tell. And since they provided the progressive, it goes down to a 50-50. So it's wakashite iru aida or tokoro. Now, since there's something after like this, I almost feel compelled that Aidani would fill this in because of how it's phrased in Aidani. Maybe. And then obviously Iru E can be dropped because of casual. Anyways, that one's tough. That's not sure at the moment. From when? 勉強 from studying. もっと上手に話せますよ. Oh, from studying. So, like studying with the して, conditional. Really when attached to a verb. I mean, not toki, probably ara again. So like ara.
勉強したらもっと上手に話せますよ。
This is also if too, but I forgot how to tell if there is a defining way. Didn't know. Oh, it's both. Okay, yeah, all right. If and when, like, it's just a halfway. So, if anything, shout out. Which is how I came up with that other one, the first one, as well. Osoku. Osoku, even if it gets. This is not despite. We're not using despite here. I wonder what happens when I type noni. Okay, just straight up doesn't work. Even if would be a demo or temo, not demo. Ah, not demo.
遅くなってもぜひ家に寄ってください。
Because of the verb. I forgot to add the verb. Then demo is for non-adjectives and nouns. And then nakte mo. Ooh, you know, I didn't even realize that nakte. That's the same nakte. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if I'm gonna remember. Then nakte. That's gonna be tough. Okay. まだ5時。まだ5時。5時なのに。夜。夜。No. 外。外。外は dark。暗いです。暗い and completely. 暗です。
まだ5時なのに外は真っ暗です。
暗です。このコーラを飲むのlight? That's fine, right? います。
このコーラを飲んでみます。
猫と犬 こちら、あ、どちら、contrasted. It says dogs or cats, like group of dogs or cats. Ah! I've got the toe! And then the combination is that you have to add ga because you're linking it to the rest of the thing. Whoops.
猫と犬とどちらが可愛いと聞かれたら、犬の方が可愛いと思う。
Alright, fair enough. お父さんは、太くていい声。Oh, okay. いや太くていい。太くていい声。いい声を has progressive はい、oh no. Was it 歌手になると思う。なれると思う。has. I feel like it's just shit. Oh, yeah, している。
お父さんは太くていい声をしているので歌手になれると思う。
This is more of a characterization, right? To have a feature of, yeah. Using suru as a feature. And then it's progressive. They were just out. このね、このワインはお金持ちの人々だけが飲む one say. It looks like it's standard as opposed to casual, potential. So you could say something like that. You could say, be like, no. と言ってもいい。
このワインはお金持ちの人々だけが飲むと言ってもいい。
でもいい。Is that 変 or 変わったの？いや、変わった、soon. Converting saku into a normalization. Maybe like, 先ことをする、なんかある。I don't know. I was just making up. Oh, wait, maybe I just do. Oh, wait. No. 咲く方 or 咲く方. Heck! Attached to oh yeah. 咲き方.
変わった咲き方をする花がある。
Got it. What is that in the beginning? Oh. 昔ね。昔タバコはい一歩oh wait, 人箱. Oh wait, that's a different. I was thinking of pon and no, that's the wrong character entirely. This is just box. Yeah, 人箱. As opposed to bako. Interesting. 一箱に200円だったのに今は600right? Yeah, 600円かかるね。 Heck, although this is in regards to money, this is used to say that something takes money. Takes money. Okay. All right. I feel like this is a 30-70 chance. Yeah, 30-70 chance. I would say kakaru most of the time, like 70% of the time. 30. So it costs, it takes. Maybe like we're just gonna go with suru.
昔タバコは1箱200円だったのに、今は600円する。
Yeah, that's more of a 70-30. Kakaru and suru. 30% on suru at the moment. いっぱい宿題がある。いっぱい宿題がある。よ and then there's a koto. Yona koto.
いっぱい宿題があるようなことを言っていたけど、本当は何もなかった。
Okay. Yeah, I thought I had to deliberate if it's yona or yoni, but since koto is here, it's yona. That's what I was negotiating there when I paused. Okay. 雨が降りそうだから傘をokay. 持っていってね or have them take for me. Okay. So 持っていて where's it いて This is irregular. Okay. 持っていって for me. So くれてね Oh goodness. Wait. Emphasize that someone does something for you with the giver as but we're looking for grammar that focus on you receiving a favor or having someone this is the receiving the favor. So like 持っていってもらってね Oh boy. Oh, I missed the syllable. I missed the beat. もらってね。
雨が降りそうだから傘を持って行ってもらってね。
Okay. Our good old friend. 例えば、
毎日日本語を話したらだんだん上手になってくるよ。
来るよ。Transitional phrases are like my thing, so I enjoy it. 例えば、とりあえず。Those are things that I would say to transition. So oftentimes I remember them far more. Or like そうして, right? そうして. Or それでも. So all of them, you can break up ideas by transitioning from a previous idea to the following idea. 例えば would be one that I use in English incredibly frequently when I'm trying to transition the tone. So, you know, you spend like 5 minutes talking about something, explaining something, and then you transition. For example, then you transition into a personal anecdote or some sort of analogy. So 例えば is great. And then とりあえず is my closest phrase at the moment next to like まず, right? First of all, or for the time being, this is what we're gonna be assuming to be true. 例えば, for example, the following. That's kind of, those are the most like natural things that I gear towards, because it's geared towards seeing the hypothetical. It's setting up and establishing what we know and then presenting a hypothetical. So 例えば is very great for that use case. Oh no. What is ton? Tan? Yan? That's not it. That's ton? Ton Yan! It is Yan! Oh man. Wait. I thought it was Yameru. No. What is the base form of it? It's a mu? Yamu. Interesting. 雨がやんだから3時から試験 oh no 試合 not 試験 I was thinking of a test 試合が始まるね始まる plan it's not にします I mean technically you could I wonder what they say when you write にします oh okay, maybe you can't do a verb onto a verb or a phrase. Deciding on. I was curious if you could say to decide on as opposed to plan. This is probably like yoyaku? Maybe like yaku. I'm pretty sure it's using yaku. Plan for do we do ga? Or is it just attached immediately and just say like yo yak? Or no, that's not. It's yote, and then yote desu.
雨が止んだから3時から試合が始まる予定です。
Yote desu doesn't require a particle in between here. I don't know what the explainer for that is though. Yote okay. Okay. I do have a 50-50 on yote there, which is what they said. Tsumori. So tsumori is a intent versus yote as a plan, and then even nisuru is a decision. So it's interesting that they don't mention that. Obviously, it might not fit in this structure now that I think about it, right? So I'm talking about decide, right? Nisuru. Oh, you would need a noun. I suppose this is there is a like it would be unnatural, but you could nominalize this. Interesting. Okay. It wouldn't fit in the structure the way I see it at the moment. That's fair enough. レジでお金をthis would be tokoro. Like so, and then it's using progressive and it's a precise time frame. So we'll try like and I'm stuck on harau. Oops. 払っていて いるところで、
レジでお金を払っているところで泥棒が入ってきました。
払っているところで。Okay. Ah! Bad. What is it? 泥棒ね。泥棒が escape. 逃げた or is it 逃げた Yeah, 泥棒が逃げた。What is seized? It's not whole. お前る No. Heck. が捕まえる。Okay. Although I didn't have this form. That's interesting. 捕まえる。尊敬語。Man. So something about the... Should I take... Okay, Sonkeigo requires an honorific, but the honorific could be to do? Or no, Nasai. Nasai would be the Sonkeigo. Typical Nasai. And then Nasai is coming at the end, right? So is that attached to the stem? 捕まえらなさい。Yeah, it's the stem, but I screwed up the stem, right? 捕まえりなさい。What? Oh wait, that's Edu. What am I doing? That's a Ichidan. 捕まえなさい。
あ、泥棒が逃げた。捕まえなさい。
捕まえなさい。That's a weird sounding one. Or unfamiliar is probably the more accurate. 私の家族の中で海外に行ったことのない人のない人いる There is not. Has not. I don't know. Wait, what? いない? Oh. Wait. It's がない. Can you try answering using the prompt? Oh, いない. Let's try a different grammar structure. You what, mate? Oh. Are you talking about like this?
私の家族の中で海外に行ったことのない人はいない。
Why not? I forgot this was a grammar point. So how does that work? It's yeah, the double negative. Of the E adjective. Yeah, so it's this as a modifier hito. And then not. There is not a person who has not done this. Was a separate grammar point. Okay. So we have Gonin. Gonin only? Okay. Different grammar structure. Spectator. Right. En boots. En boots. Kyaku ga inakute. Nakute sabishii. Exclusive. Different grammar structure. Only. And it's not. It might still use kiddo. Or something. Exists are a specific number of A. So. Well. We can be looking for a grammar that means no more than or only. Yeah, no more than. Or than. I guess. Nai, it just has to be a negative, right? Yeah, it just has to be a negative. So shika can work here.
5人しか見物客がいなくて寂しい。
This simply says no more than not exceeding, and the nai could be in any form. Shika, the grammar point is shika and nai, but nai is any form possible. So in this case, it's iru in inakute. Trying to figure out why they used inakute here. I guess that it just describes it will be. This is saying it will be lonely and there's no potential. This is not potential. Oh, explaining. No, I'll have to come back to it. Still not quite sure about that one. What in the world? Shonen? Okay. Shonen no heya dakara irei, it's highly unlikely. That is irei, highly unlikely. I can't use maybe like we could do like azu ga nai. Heck, I've got the non-adjective. Or yeah, azu ga nai.
少年の部屋だから綺麗なはずがない。
昨日の夜、誰もいない公園の straight. Kono true. Kono. What is that? What is the read on that? It's not that. I don't remember. Man. Oh, this is off of mat. Oh, manchu. Mannaka. Empty? Oh, empty? No. Yes. No, this is no. Inai. In the middle. Just middle? I guess like really in the middle? I don't know what. Mannaka de. I guess. What? Okay. Interesting. The question here is the difference between mannaka de versus just no naka de. Mannaka de it's emphasized. I don't know at the moment. I'm not quite sure. Mannaka de sawa. I mean, suwa. Suwatteiru. What is that? Stand otoko. Otoko ga ite. Oh. Oh. Tonikaku. Oh, tonikaku. Tonikaku. Wait. Is that what I think it is? Yeah. Tonikaku. Tonikaku henna hito. Henna hito. って感じでした。
昨日の夜、誰もいない公園の真ん中で座っている男がいて、とにかく変な人って感じでした。
Totally. とにかく。よし Oh, よし。Oh, よし。Okay, よし。よし。誰も食べないなら、僕が食べ、Oh, this is the accent thing. 食べたい。Whoops. No, 食べてしまう。
よし、誰も食べないなら僕が食べてしまう。
しまう。You can cut it off. I did the cut off, and then there's others. You can substitute, yeah. For cha. Okay. これは president. What is that? 大統領. So and to I flip a lot. So and to are constantly used in the same context. One defines unity, the other defines whole. So from time to time, I would flip so and to. So is public heart. Right. I think. Make sure. Yeah. No. This and this. These two are in the same sphere over and over again. So like in politics, in command, military, like leadership stuff, both of these are they are related to each other in nearly every single term. This one talks about the whole, as in like a whole unit, and this talks about unity. So happens quite often. And the only way I can remember it is the whole is the public heart. And unity is through collecting garbage on legs. It's fine. Anyways. And I misread Ryo. So これは大統領の変用語でございますか？
これは大統領のペンでございますか？
Okay. Alright. Okie dokie. また、どこの、寝坊したの Wait, 寝坊したの Yeah, 寝坊したの早く寝る necessary. Maybe like Hitsuyo or guy. Heck, I've got the nominalization.
また寝坊したの？
Or
早く寝る必要があると思う。
Right. Yeah, 必要があると思う。Either. I kind of flip between the two to remember that I could say it both ways, I suppose. Apologetic was this is doing the polite sumimasen. And for not being able. Yakinai, iranai. Heck. Oh, no, wait. Pass. Oh, no. Akira na. How I do pass and negative? Pass and negative. Or is this not pass? Definitely do the negative first, right? Then you take the nai, drop the e. Dang it. Don't know where I'm going wrong. It's not kata, it's probably data. Unless the kiru is Oh, no. Wait. I think this actually takes te form. But does that mean it's in the past? How do you get it to be the past? Maybe it's just past by default. So like... Alright, I guess this will tell me. Oh no, wait. Is it all kudu? Like, do I treat this like kudu? So like... Dekite... Dekite... Sumimasen. Check tense. Oh, sumimasen. Masen is what I conjugate in the past. No? What? I'm so lost. Hold on, okay. What part do I conjugate to the past? Pretty sure I don't conjugate. So it's gotta be sumimasen deshita. No? I guess not. So how do I do negative? Oh, dekinakute sumimasen.
締め切りまでにできなくてすみませんでした。
And deshita. You could add deshita at the end. Hold up. Hold on. I need to review something. So dekiru becomes dekinai, which means it's treated like a ichidan. I'm not sure if it's irregular. Then nakute, so then kute is the te form conjunction of negative things. So it's a negative verb and use kute, like nakute, as the way to create the conjunction. So that's fine. What I was having trouble with is unrelated to this. Is not using sumimasen as the negative. I was having trouble with negative pass. So this would mean that I screwed up on the negative in the first place. Or no, I was trying to turn it into the pass. So if it's an ichidan, then it would be deki, so deki nai, right? So I already screwed that up because I used ra. So deki nai, and then it would be deki na katta. Find out, because I did kind of fail that. Past tense. Oh, wait, no. Okay, it is. Okay, so datta, not katta. So I screwed up because datta, I was mixed. I was mixing it up. So datta was one of the attempts. I'm not supposed to conjugate to the past tense, dekiru, actually. In that case. However, it'll be then deki nadatta, and the kata is actually the past tense of the e adjective, right? So that's where I was I got kind of confused over time. I'm like, nai And then I was treating nai like an e adjective, but that's more related to the Thai form. So let's do, so Thai. I don't know if there's a, if there is a, yeah, yep, here it is. So now I have the interference between making sure I don't treat the ending of the negative form, the nai of the verb, for the tai, which is technically the stem of the verb plus tai, and tai is overlapping with e adjectives. It converges on e adjective. That's where my brain just went there. Okay. I had too many 50-50s in a row. Or like 30-70s. Atama ga itai, or yes, itasu. Itasugite. Oh no. Itasukide. Itasukide. Ne? Itasukide kuru. Kusuri o. No. Okay. So this is, we're using double negative? No. We're using the yeah, the double negative, but using the potential. Or the conditional. Oh, non no ma nomanakereba. I don't know, it doesn't say which one, so more casual. Okay.
頭が痛すぎて薬を飲まなければいけない。
And there's a reason I should know that it's nomanai and then adding kereba. Oh, it's because kereba is the conditional. It's how I am viewing it, right? Yeah, the if. Alright. 友達が私の大切を No, that's not 大切 It's 切符を買う for me. Alright. So in this case, so I do have a problem distinguishing a bit from using morau and kureru in the terms of favor. Okay, so it would be katte or bought. Still katte. Katte. Ure past tense. Urerimash. Urerimashita. Urerimashita. Katte. Is it no? Yeah, katte. Oh no, wait. Kuremashita.
友達が私の切符を買ってくれました。
一覧くれました。寿司は日本の有名な食べ物の一つだ。
寿司は日本の有名な食べ物の一つだ。
友達ができる become the way you desire と思います。in the way request use naru. This is a yo, right? The yo thing. And I want, so it's a hoshi as well. So we have yoni in the way, and then probably natte. Whoops. Natte, because you need something that you want. So natte hoshii to omoimasu.
友達ができるようになってほしいと思います。
Okay. 毎日日本語の文法を勉強する always making sure no verb always making sure so we're not thinking about potential. I mean, always. It could be viewed as necessary too. Always. しかない. There's only nothing but. That doesn't make any sense. Hang on. Always making sure. Where's my verb at? Or as opposed to like something bad happened. Just gonna write shikanai. Oops. Okay. It's not wishing, right? Not considered, maybe. Phrase that express attempting to do something in the manner of a. Always your fits with attempting to do something. I don't know. Only. Can you try expanding this grammar point to match the nuance included in translation and intent? Ending this grammar point. It's not pray, right? You're not hoping. You could be hoping. I doubt it. Maybe like Yoni iu? Let's tell. Maybe to make sure. So it's gotta be like yoni deiru.
毎日日本語の文法を勉強するようにしている。
Deiru. Okay. This doesn't quite help. This helps. So now I have to figure out how in the world. I guess. All right. Yeah, this is more like in the manner that is very likely to be true, or sort of like trying to do to keep making sure this. So the yoni came from like the always situation, like it's likely to happen, right? And then I needed a verb, and I couldn't think of any verb other than like hope, to do, plan, try. So I cycled through those and then settled on suru. Because it's kind of like yoni plus ni suru, which is kind of basically very likely to plan to do the following, which is to always make sure to study everything, like making an attempt. But this English isn't implying or emphasizing the manner in which you're attempting. You're always making sure. I guess making sure is the attempt part. There's a sense of probability here that I'm kind of from reading the English. Interesting. It could have been other things like try to study every day, right? You could try to study every day. You could you must study every day. All of those things still elicit the same, like a very similar experience of making sure to study every day. Umi wa kirei ne? Oh no, not only but also. Not only is you have to do dake de mo not only. But also, it's like dake de something. Dake de naku. I forgot the non-adjective again. That's gonna need some.
海は綺麗なだけでなく、暖かい。
今携帯 no 今what 今いや時計をjust looked. I think it's like 見たところ見なところだがもう何時か忘れた。
今時計を見たところだが、もう何時か忘れた。
何時がする。Oh no 忘れた。今日は声が出ないからね。出ないから自分 自分のプラスのビデオを見 positive causative is saseru, right? So 見まれたのOh no, this is Ichidan. What? Miseta. Let made my watch positive. Oh, causative was Areta. So then this is Ichidan and I want past tense. So Ireta. What? Irareta. This is passive? Oh. Well, I know it's passive. I was trying to get the causative. Oh, no, wait. What is... I just went over this yesterday. Make sure I don't get them mixed up. And I still got them mixed. I root everything in Suru in order to remember the rest. And the two others. Yeah, so what? Miraseta. You try, we're looking for causative, which is used when, yeah, so miseta. Oh, misetata. No? What? I don't understand how to conjugate this into the past tense. Right, so it's Ichidan, so misaseta.
今日は声が出ないから自分のクラスにビデオを見させた。
Oh. Ichidan is different. I was combining Godan with Ichidan thing. Ichidan used Saseta, so Ichidan just straight up uses Suru. Man. It aligns up with Suru. So Saseta. Dang it. So then passive, what was passive? Passive is me misareta, right? Misareta. So it's the difference between reta and seru and reru. Yeah, I think. Let's go look. Is causative passive here? Yeah, so I take the causative passive. Right, saseru and rareru, right? Saseru, rareru. And then we can go to passive, which is rareru, and it just stays. Oh, it just says rareru. Doesn't require that. It is the ready though. I have more problems with Ichidan than with Godan for this, for either conjugation. Seems. 私の部屋に stick on to something. 春 that had been poster はどこに行ったんですか? That had been ongoing. It's a haru. Aren't two verbs. Oh. Oh no. I don't know how to. Dang. God, I don't know how to. Aru is. Atta isn't. So. This is the whole. Or I think this is the. Yeah, an expression used with transitive verb left a certain way. And I think it's doing. It's the aru, or it's the ga aru thing with a transitive verb. Or. Pretty sure. Oh no, wait. That is. Yeah, it is. So. How do I change? Like. Oh, goodness. I don't think it's sudo. Oh, I don't know. My consideration is it has something to do with Aru. And it's supposed to be like, so A form, I think either I screwed up on Aru. I thought Ru was converted to this, and then you conjugate Aru in the past tense, which would be, I thought it would be, or is it just da? Yeah, I just don't understand. Maybe it's oh, is it hush? No. No. Atta. Really?
「私の部屋に貼ってあったポスターはどこに行ったんですか？」
Okay, so the hat is fine. Atta is the conjugation of past tense aru. Then what am I thinking of? Yes? And da? Oh, I'm thinking of da. Okay, so aru just follows the same thing. Get to past tense here. Let's go over past tense. Today has been a problem with past tense in general. So aru is considered a what are my irregulars? Aru is not a irregular. So shita. Sure. Ita. Okay. I would get the oh, ita would fall apart too. We didn't use either of these. What is that? Toll? Ota. And what is that? Goal or ko? Ota. So I overthought it. I was using the da, right? Da is dot da. And des and deshta. Iru looks like would be ita, right? Let's go look at yep. No. Oh, interesting. So there's nothing irregular about the past tense of ichidan. Okay. Same problem. Know the problem. I definitely know what the problem is here. Which was I didn't know if Aru was irregular or not. Okay. Unten? Unten... Menkyo, right? Unten Menkyo. Unten Menkyo wo morau. Just got using morau? Okay. That's a little bit weird. Hiko ni atta. Okay. Just after I got. I mean, could use Tokoro again. Semi-formal construction that is subjectively expressed when happen. But after, so it's past tense. So moratta bakari?
運転免許をもらったばかりで事故に遭った。
This is using more like Finnish. Yeah, the completion. Dakara. Ima hima. 今暇だから晩ご飯を作る Who has a favor for you? Okay, so like作ってあげるよ。
今暇だから晩ご飯を作ってあげるよ。
ああ、たける。飛行機代。Wait. 飛行機代。Interesting. 飛行機代いくらかかる？わかった。
たける、飛行機代いくらかかった？あつし、意外と安くて往復で5万円だったよ。
Fireworks? Why are there fireworks? 27th of June? Huh. Alright. Don't need. I don't know what need is. Oh. いらないと と思っていたけど、持ってくる、持ってきた。I'm glad that I bought. So, is it like probably よかった right? So, いいのくれば持ってくればよかった。Heck! Oh no, wait. I don't conjugate that part. Right? No, wait. I don't conjugate that part. It's, Or do I? Or is it should? No, that's not. That's should. Happy, glad is, yokata, just the act of doing it. So, 持ってきてくる。Yeah, 持ってきてよかった。
いらないと思っていたけど、持ってきてよかった。
持ってきてよかった。
お父さんは何時頃帰ってくるかしら。
楽しい時間を。Oh no. Is it 過ごす。尊敬語。過ごしになるOh no, wait. This is a request. Or are we doing requests? We could use ください, right? So just 過ごす? Does it know? 過ごしください。
楽しい時間をお過ごしください。
What is that? Show me 期限 Show me deadline 期限 time. Okay. Show me 期限 deadline, yeah. Show me 期限が過ぎているけど食べていい Wonder. Right. Heck! Oh, wonder masculine dot all. Dot all ka. In. Maybe in dot all ka.
賞味期限が過ぎているけど、食べていいのだろうか。
Okay. あれは力が強いから、強いから、heavy、細い重い。 もうテレビ、テレビ、テレビ、テレビ、台、テレビ台を一つ、一つ、一人で、ピックアップ。もう、もう、potential polite. So now we have the potential form. But what is mocha? Mota? Tsu, where's tsu at? Aremas? Ah! Oh, they're dual. Long time no see? Yeah, long time no see. I'm not sure what the laughing part involves, but long time no see. Oh, it's te. Probably te. Oh, this is Rateru, right? Rateru. Motemasu?
彼は力が強いから、あの重いテレビ台を一人で持てます。
あの人はスマートフォンを while using what? Oh wait. Which while are we doing now? So this is using, and it's not progressive this time. So how can I tell the difference between? So the progressive can be identified on a 50-50. This one doesn't have progressive label. And it's probably is it stem? Or isn't it? I'm gonna say Nagara.
あの人はスマートフォンを使いながら歩いていて、女の人とぶつかった。
So Nagara is going to be a non-progressive way of saying something. That's the only way I can distinguish between the three. And then between the two, I'm not quite sure. Using the progressive. みんなにママに何も言わない West in such a way. がバレてしまった。バレて found out. バレ Okay. Request and pass. And in such a way. Well, it's gotta be yoni of some sort, right? Slightly formal. Hmm. I feel like it's just Yoni. Oh wait, I need. How would that be the past? Oh no. Request. Request without using the word request. Not a question. You requested. So could be you asked. So it must be speak. Speak is probably the last one. Can't be hope. Not doing sudo. Sudo doesn't work here. Probably Yoni Ita. This works, but can you express a request? Ugh. Yeesh. I rest. Uh. Hmm. That means I guess they're trying to ask me to. I have no idea what they're going for. Oh, they wanted me to change it into. Oh.
みんなにママに何も言わないように頼んだがバレてしまった。
They want me to change you to tanomu or to make it into a request. And then what was the other one? There were two things. We had order and tanomu, right? Yeah, tanomu is request, you is to say, and mejiru is order. Okay. I gotta remember that there are other verbs I can use. 彼は日本語が this is できる let's see 話せてできるできて What? Oh wait, that's
彼は日本
already
語が
oh
話
that's
せて
already
漢字も書け
potential.
ます。
Hanasete is already potential. You didn't even need to use dekiru. Well, I overthought that one. Ima Tanaka-sama ga what is that? Meshi? Meshiagaru. Meshiagaru. Ego. Progressive. I don't think I need I don't think I need an honorific here. Or meshi. Do I? I think we are doing... Are we using naru or are we using irasharu? Feels like a more of a irasharu situation. Meshi agatte... Meshi agatte irasharimasu? Oh no. Oh no. Hang on. Probably he's doing something, right? So omeshi agatte ni narimasu. That help. It's one of these. I'm doing something. Irashaimasu. Different grammar structure. Oh goodness. So probably meshi agatte ni no? Different grammar structure. What? I have no idea what other grammar structure there is. Oh, maybe it's... Yeah, I have no idea what other grammar structure there are. Maybe it's just Zonkeigo on its own. I mean, it's really actually pretty polite. Meshi agaru alone works since it's an honorific verb itself. Exactly. So I have no idea what they're going for, but you can add another honorific grammar point to it here, which I try. It's technically double keigo, but common enough to be considered fine. Which I added irasharu. I have no idea what other way do you want to add more to this. Sure. Different grammar structure than the... But there's too much here going on. Oh, they want the progressive form of naru. Okay, sure. I really don't think it goes beyond meshi agarimasu, but okay. That's interesting. So they wanted that, and it didn't ping the wrong tense, which is interesting. So they wanted natte imasu or irimasu. Or something like that. Wait, I'm misspelling something. Oh, ogari, not. This doesn't, it uses the, right, it uses the stem. O meshi agari. Gari ni natte imasu.
今、田中様がお召し上がりになっています。
I'm not sure if I think it requires that instead of using narimasu. Wait, do they accept narimasu? What in the world is that? Omeshiagaru ni natte irashaimasu. That's listed and it rejected this. Oh, because I didn't put a honorific in front? Hold up. Yep. Because they wanted an honorific in front. Oh no. It's not. Huh. Oh, is it because... Hang on. Oh, Messi, right? Oh, I know what I screwed up. I screwed up because I used... Oh, no. No, you can use irashaimasu, but it's using... Oh, I see. Irashaimasu is in place of iru, not naru. So you still require naru. Naru is not... naru here is in place of suru, not iru. It's kind of a little complicated, I suppose, to look at it that way, but typically this position is highlighted in suru. Irasharu is iru, not suru. Suru is to do and whatnot, and naru in this case is to do. So o ni naru, right? O ni naru. Naru is the sonkeigo for suru in this phrase. Irasharu is for iru, not suru. Yeah. I'll have to keep that in mind because it does kind of look like iru in a sense. So that's my bad. So the sticking point that I had was I thought irashaimasu was replacing suru and naru instead of naru being its thing to replace suru, and I needed a suru plus or minus the honorific. And then I already know that this is a double keigo. It's a double keigo. So technically, you could still say meshiagaru, agarimasu, which, and this, I'm not sure how often this is. Anyways, very, very particular grammar point. Usually, double keigo or stacking, when you're stacking keigo, double or even you can even triple keigo by happenstance. It's often written as too much or too redundant. So there's oftentimes tenego, right? Tene gets lumped with sonke or rarely kenjo, but yeah, it's that is a really weird point. Hasn't happened. I'm surprised it hasn't happened earlier. Okay.
何その顔
nanokai.
僕が翻訳した文章が変なのかい
Nanokai. So nano is added here because we have the henna, and then no, all of these are optional if you're being colloquial, but no is optional, and then the na is because it's a na adjective. I need to pay attention to this far more. Today's story, the most consistent omission is the na and the no. One other no, and then 5 instances of na, which I didn't take into account either a noun or non-adjective applies. 私の子供は一人で買い物できる。Oops.
私の子供は一人で買い物ができる。
It's the whole phrase before it. He can go shopping by himself. What's another one? Oh, it just says standard, so you can any of them. 家事の場合は、場合に車が fire incident? Our fire incident? Wait. Oh. Interesting. All right. Go up in flames. I don't know what that is. Moeru. Oh, that's nen. Burn. Moeru. And then prevention machine. Oh, fire extinguisher. Shokaki. Shokaki wa kaimashita. So we're looking at emphasis on cause. A-form? A-form sounds good, right? So, like, moete. Or, no. Oh, wait. So that won't go up in flames? What? Cause? Doesn't that just explain it? How does that not work? Oh, that won't go up. Oh. Wait. Yeah, Moe... No? Moe... won't go up in flames. This on call. Maybe that's not giving reason. Or that was a way to give reason. So I must be conjugating mora nakute. Moe. Am I going crazy? Moe, okay. So that's it. And then it says won't go up in flames. Case of fire. Mora nakute. Nayoni. Oh, wait. That works too. Why the other one? Yeah, I don't understand why. I guess.
火事の場合に車が燃えないように消火器を買いました。
Hmm. Hold on. No, it doesn't. It's just so that so that in the way that it won't go up in flames. I see. It's a shame I can't get commentary on. So I was thinking, what was the grammar point I was thinking? And reason, or I was thinking this. Oh, that's beyond the control of the speaker. Okay. Being trouble cannot be controlled. Okay, so there is cannot be controlled. I see. And this is pretty much doing the opposite. You're controlling the thing. Okay. Well, that was definitely a rough session. What's tomorrow like? We'll get a chance to go over this stuff. Let's see. Let's write down some groups for today. So, oh goodness. So what do we have? We have right, the first thing for sure is the saseru. This much writing. Right, we had the saseru and sareru, dareru. So what are this was then right, we got the seru and seru. It's actually gareru. And gareru was causative, right? And this is passive. gotta make sure. Oh no, wait. Is it Sareru? It's it's Rareru. Yeah. Technically it's marked as Reru and Rareru as causative. No, I got it backwards. This is passive. I keep getting these backwards. This is passive. This is causative. Because I got it backwards, we got stuck on something. Right. Which is... yeah. Hey, friendo, been lurking while you do your wanikani. Good, Beth. So I keep flipping this. So I'm gonna try to view it in this order. And they kind of write it this way, actually. So let's line these up here. So technically is Seru here. And then it's still Seru, but guess they do it this way. Oh, I keep writing the wrong character. That's why this looks weird. Yeah, I've been writing that character. Ooh, I've been writing that kana incorrectly. Right. Sounds like I'm pretty locked in today. No, we're kind of summarizing the end. So this is the end of the Bunpro. This is the end of the Bunpro thing. So it requires me to recall the things. So this was number 1. The first thing we encountered. The second one was... that was big was... knowing that ni naru is a suru as opposed to a ira. Oops. Ira chai ira aru. Okay, I misspelled that. No, it's fine. So ira sharu is an iru. That's one of the other one that stuck for a very long while. There's another one where you can use yoni with the manner in which with this also was the very last thing too. So let's think about it this way. So we have, oh no, let's write, there's yoni. And then we have the one where you can tie it with you. Got the characters, so we're just gonna write gonna write the Tano for now. Tanomu. And then me. Okay, I need to write character. That's not gonna work. So EU is fine. I'm actually not sure how common they write this out. You have the right EU. Anomu. Anomu is we have our bundle. Oops. Too chunky. Okay. Bundle and paper. Right. Yeah, Tanomu. Just what they want, and then what was it? Meijiru. Meijiru is the command. We have the order. So that was quite a long time. And then what was the most recent one? It was the manner in which you're not something in a manner as a form of emphasis on cause. So emphasis on cause and in a manner or so that was the key word, and that is to take the verb stem or the verb plus yoni, which that of all the yonis, that's probably the one that I haven't thought of today. We did all the other yonis are pretty good outside of this because that looks that it was a pivot with the verb, right? There is a fifth one. I can think of a fifth one. The fifth one is, so we got stem, V stem plus nagaru. This is the wild while while, and I think this expressed that they're doing something like the person is doing something simultaneously. No, this is to state something is happening. This is while stating happening. And then we contrast this with two separate groups, which is while, doing, while, 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 simultaneous things. Actually, these two will contrast. So the doing simultaneous thing is using Okoro. Right. So it's the te verb Okoro. This one goes to the side, and both of these are progressive. So this is progressive because of te. So is this. This is progressive. And this is stating of doing something simultaneously. So this emphasizes doing simultaneously, like being occupied and doing something simultaneously. It uses... Oh no, wait. I got this backwards. Oh no. Sorry, this is simply saying two things are happening as well. This is progressive, but two things are happening. And that is using the te form, verb, a, plus aida. Aida ni. That's 5. I think those are the 5 longest points. There was maybe like 1 or 2 more things that doesn't come up off the top of my head at the moment. On the top of my head, let's see if I can pull one more. I did get that jerk reflex with Daroka and Kai. Daroka and Kai. In them, they kind of overlap, but that's not too big of a deal. And then the very obvious lack of attention is probably looking at na adjectives and nouns prior to yoni. Prior to yo or like ga, etc. So I need to make sure that I'm accounting for the na or no in front of these. So this was probably the most recurring grammar point. All right. That's fine for now. It was a bit, it seems is kind of a little off, I suppose. Not as bad though. By using yo, so, mitai, dashi. Ooh. Other grammar points kind of stay alone, and they're in like very distinct groups. And the English is not ambiguous. So I do have to admit, on occasion, the particular English that they use, not that you have to, right? If you're constructing out of nowhere, like you're not trying to fit how to say something the way they're asking for without any like context. Like if you heard the thing enough, then it becomes normal, sure. In this case, I'm trying to match the expression to the English at the moment, right? Alternatively, you can simply read the thing. That's kind of what we're doing in the opposite way. So when we're cramming, like tomorrow we might do some cramming, right? There's only 14 for tomorrow. In fact, there's a chance it might not even happen tomorrow because it looks like it could be later in the day. Then we cram, and the cramming part, right? The goal now is, this is the construction part. So I am using the English to narrow down choices. And the reason why it feels like there are choices is because I'm going over all of these. I'm going over all the choices. I go through the process, I think about it, and then we decide on the answer. We test all the answers. A lot of times it would be, I wonder if they accept this, or if they can explain this and explain that. That's going from English to narrowing down the choices and then fill in the blanks. Now during our cram sessions, which is when we're on days. So cram days are going to be on days where there's low review. And we're doing reading again. So we're doing reading in the sense of we read the thing, we do understand it. That can be normalized to the quote unquote natural input. Here's my counterpoint to this. If you're doing reading and input only, then when you go back to doing this, the construction and the output, it may feel like you have one choice. You only have one choice, and that's perfectly fine. Like what I mean is, like for example, drama shows up every once in a while, and the way I think drama goes about doing it is they go from input, reading, to output. So that means that when he reads something enough, and then he is giving an example, he knows that there's only one choice or one best choice. But it's not clear to me that is it easier to know that there's one choice, or is it more memorable to me to know that there are many choices or different ways to rephrase this and test those things? So instead, what I'm doing is I'm doing both directions. So on the typical day, or like on a low review day, which will occur for grammar, not vocabulary, because we're moving into July where we're going to be doing vocabulary as well. A vocabulary is going to go both ways. So as well, which I'll explain later, but to really quickly review, vocabulary will go from Wanikani to Bunpro and back. So it'll be both ways. Wanikani is constructive. That means it's output dependent. Going the other way is input dependent. Basically, when I read a vocabulary point or recall a vocabulary point, it's going to use some sort of constructive output. And when I'm doing reviews, it's going to be constructive, which means both of these are going to combine to go over examples. At some point, I will go back to input only, as in like I look at the sentence and ask myself, do I understand the sentence? It's perfectly easy, in my opinion, easier when you've spent most of your time inputting. That inputting becomes easier. Now, when it comes to grammar, someone would say, like drama does this quite often. He drops in, he knows the answer. It's like, it's this. Do you want a hint or that one choice? And I'm like, I'm not looking for just that one choice. I'm thinking about all the choices. And you know, fairly enough to him, he can argue, well, there's only one choice. There's only one natural way to say this. It's got to be this choice. It's probably this. And my thought is, I get that when you spend most of the time only thinking about the one choice. So you can rely on your memory or exposure of repetition to get the one choice. Like, I've seen the sentence before. I've seen the sentence before. That's great. What is probably going to be agonizingly long for whoever like watches this? It's like, oh man, why can't he just look at the answer and you know, figure out the right answer and then move on and just memorize that it is the right answer? For me, I need to understand all the parts. We're studying grammar. We're not studying the correct answer. It could end up being a vocabulary issue. If it's a vocabulary issue, it has very little to do with grammar. So like, each time I get something wrong, I have to define what is it about the grammar part that I need to understand or want to understand. I want to go over the parts and the other options and comparing the relatives and the related things. It might not be important in the short term. It is very important to me in the long term, because when I speak to people, like in English, I want to be able to speak English in various ways, in many ways, in very particular ways that I might be not natural for someone. So like that double keigo thing, that's interesting. The double keigo thing is very interesting because it feels redundant at first for someone who says, oh, that's being overly polite, you'll never use that ever, or something like that. That's fine. So I want to be very clear that me sitting there thinking about any other things that I may or may not know, or I know parts of, that is what's emphasizing the importance of knowing all the details. You can look at the sentence and say, I already know the answer. This is the answer. Do you want hints for the one answer there is? As opposed to, say, like, I'm the person who is teaching, and that person provides an answer. I would ask the person, why do you think that's the answer? How did you get to the answer? And then they would explain themselves, right? And that is the giveaway. Because if, in my opinion, if I asked, maybe not so much drama, perhaps, if I asked someone like drama, like, how do you know the answer? It's like, well, I remember it. Like, what do you mean by remember it? Can you explain what part of speech this is? Why you think this is the best choice of many choices that could have fit here? Like, what are you looking for? Were you looking for a noun, a verb? Were you looking at the structure and the overall structure of the sentence? How do the overall structure of the sentence got you to the answer? The alternative for someone who relies on input and memorization is that they remembered the answer. Like, oh, it's this answer. So I know the answer because I've heard it a lot. And I'm like, okay, that is one way to get the answer. I'm not interested in that per se. It is part of the process. So, and it's not important if someone is saying that they just want to become conversational as fast as possible. You can probably go and watch a podcast and mirror that and get to it at the point. For myself, whenever someone's speaking, right, my first thought is like, what do they mean by this? What are they going to say? The way they structured the sentence makes it feel like they're going to ask a question soon. That's what I'm getting at. And to me, that's why I listen so intently to people, the way they write, because I want to understand how they write, why they write, in what way are they expressing, and then be able to speak that way, study their speech patterns, study the grammar of the person, their diction and whatnot. I don't think this is particularly interesting to people who think of whatever is normal is the easiest and most efficient way, and then all you have to do is copy that way and then speak that way forever. That's fast, it's efficient, and if you're crunched for time, then probably it's the most desirable. Not saying it's bad or good, it's a difference in goals. So if you're having a hard time just sitting here crunching through all of your points, then when those points come up, if you forget those points and you have to go back and brute force them some more, that's what I'm talking about. I'm doing the slow and steady, meticulous thing, which wastes a lot of time if you're trying to get somewhere fast. Someone else, if they need to notice something, they'll come back to it. So like if you go on a trip, right? If you go on a road trip, I would like to see everything and digest more things along the way, but I would definitely get to my destination a lot. It would take me longer to get to my destination. Now, the person who's efficient and narrow-minded, that means focused. If they're focused on the goal, like memorizing the right answer, getting to the right answer, they can get to the destination very quickly. Now, if they missed a piece of detail, ignorance is bliss. Until the detail that they miss becomes a problem later down the road, they would have to drive back to go look at it. So anytime someone says like, oh, I remember this and I remember this, then I forgot this, so I'm just going to pull out a dictionary or keep on reinforcing this stuff. That's one way to go about it. And I actually think that there isn't a statistical, in my opinion, there isn't that great of a statistical difference when you look at the bigger picture. Like 5 years down the road, if that fast blitzering efficient person is still going for 5 years, they probably got to the goal that that person and I share. They probably got to that point in 1 year, and I got to that point in 3 years. Now, what are they going to spend? What happens to the 2 extra years they save? Well, if they continue to go and master Japanese, like they continue to look, they will eventually have to go back through all the stuff and look at the details that they didn't care about because it wasn't important at the time. So that's like kind of noticing something again the second time you go about. Noticing something again the 4th time, the 5th time you go back through your notes and whatnot. That is another process. So how often do I go back through my stuff? I go back through my stuff spread out throughout my time. I don't go back when I need to go back. So here, all these points, I'm already reviewing these points again. As in, when I had the thing on the example on causative, I'm reviewing the passive because causative and passive are together. That means that the next time a passive example comes up, I would have reviewed it in extra time. That's why I mean by SRS doesn't do that. SRS makes you focus on the thing because that's all you need to care about. SRS will take care of it, right? Do you have to worry about when you see a causative example, do you have to think about passive examples? You don't. The SRS will give you an example of a passive when it comes up. I don't see them as separate things. I actually don't see most things as separate things. So when I learn something, I'm also practicing many other things. So that means that later down the road, when the example comes up, the SRS isn't helping me with that. Is why I have mentioned in my conclusion of Wanikani and whatnot, that I don't really use SRS really. Like, even if I'm practicing with SRS, I don't really use SRS. Like, SRS is, you're relying on the idea that when a topic is outside the reach of your memory, SRS is supposed to help you bring that back up so you don't have to think about what you need to think about or you need to remember. I do it for fun. Like, I do it as part of my thing. Like, if I need to know what o ni naru is, it is attached with the uses of irasharu. And irasharu is attached to iru. Suru and naru with o is attached to itasu and nasai and nasaru. So one thing reminds me of many other things. And the time I spent is not a waste of time because I'm already practicing the stuff the other person is going to practice with the time they save. Hence the idea of SRS being a moot point to me, where it's hard to know how efficacious SRS is to me if I'm not relying on when to think about something. In fact, most of the time, I like to try to think of as many points as possible with every single thing. So if it's a verb, well, you could at least know 8 forms of the verb. So you don't need to do all of them all the time. Obviously, the reason why I'm doing it is because it's fun. It's fun to go over all the stuff. Like, yoni, you don't have to group yoni together and recall yoni together. Like, all the yo phrases, I have them grouped together. So whenever a keyword like in a manner or in a way, you have all of them. Fu, mitai, so, yo, all of them come up as choices. And then I'm looking and sieving through the patterns that are attached. Now, because I did that, I've practiced them again outside of SRS. So the thing that I talked about for quite some time at the end of the Wanikani like journey to level 60 was that when you are very focused, you are also the most narrow-minded. And narrow-mindedness creates efficiency, right? You worry less, you think of less possibilities, you worry about less noise, so you have clarity, right? Knowing one answer gives clarity. Having to consider 5 possible answers create obfuscation, interference, and a whole mess of convoluted confoundedness. Trying to organize 5 possible answers into specific probability groups like this, where there's 2, 2, and 1, that's 3 subgroups of organization. And then you can do the relationship between the one group of the 2 items, another relationship, and then how this one is unique from the other 2 groups. That is analytics. So you're analyzing and thinking not simply through memorization or recognition. That's my natural cue. Like, I learn things this way. I learn this way because when I do one action, I'm practicing many actions. I'm not working on memory alone. Like, I don't want to remember separate things. I'm not remembering one sentence. I'm remembering the general order and construction of many sentences. I'm not considering one choice because I memorize and think one natural one natural thing is one natural thing at a time. That's like 1,000 natural things. I think of 1,000 natural things, I sort them into like a smaller number of things into chunks. So the 1,000 things become 200 dominant things in which it breaks apart, builds up, and breaks apart. So I want to emphasize that it happens a lot. I don't think this will be the last time. This is not even close to the last time I'm going to talk about this, because that's the pyramid of thinking. I do not believe it is appropriate for someone who has intermediate understanding or advanced understanding to continue to rely on memorization and narrow-minded hyper focus. When you tell yourself that you have learned all the foundations of Japanese, or you're very comfortable with all the foundations of Japanese, and you're asking yourself, so when you look at an example or you're about to express your feelings, there's only one way to do it, and you forgot, or you remember it. You either remember how to express it, or you forgot to express how to express it, or remember how to express it. And that's all you're doing. That is foundational. It is beginner, and you can choose to continue to do that, right? And maybe be happy with it. I'm not seeking to stick with that alone anymore. And that to me is pretty much what happens when you decide you're going to do something and the best way is the only way you have learned. Well, if it's the only way you have learned and it's the only way you have focused, of course it's the best way. When you play a video game and you always play it the same way, of course it's going to be the best way that you know how to play the video game. It's the only way. It's the most practiced way. It's the most comforting way to do so. You spend most of your time invested in all eggs in one basket. So you hope that it never breaks down, right? And if it breaks down, you might encounter discussions with people like me, I suppose. Not particularly excelling in any particular way, typically very more casts wider net. The foundation is the foundation, so we are beyond the foundation. And that's kind of why I'm recalling here and being a little bit locked in, I suppose. This part is what Japanese is to me now. I don't remembering vocabulary, knowing what exactly the right answer is, remembering what do the collective natives say based on the highest frequency of the Kanto dialect. That's one thing. That's one thing. You're remembering and memorizing one thing. You're not talking about how the Kanto dialect pattern is in connection with the Kyoto dialect, right? Or the Kyushu dialect. You're not doing all of that. And that is the good part, in my opinion, is the fun part, is the good part of the thing. You're no longer specifically being satisfied by if you remember something or not. It's far too basic. Like, you're no longer basic. At least for myself, I don't want to engage. I'm not engaged enough anymore to remember things like that, where okay, yoni is used in these 5 separate distinct cases, and you're looking specifically for those cases and memorizing those words. I think for me, I'm not smart enough, you could argue, I'm not smart enough to memorize native sentences over and over again. You're just still getting foundations and all the things. Yeah, Beth. So in to be clear, when you have to know where you are, right? So in no way am I saying like drama is inappropriately doing something, or Beth, you are inappropriately doing something. You got to know when you feel like moving on, or like where you want to encourage yourself. So for me nowadays, I spend more time staring at a sentence than memorizing vocabulary. Like I don't it's not that I don't know the separate things in the sentence. Most of my focus now is to ask myself, why did they choose the sentence? And what does the sentence mean to me? In fact, sometimes when I'm reading the Japanese sentences, I'm actually thinking about what it means to me. Like, they write, Bunpro, the people in Bunpro do write some funny sentences. Like today, they were talking about Bluetooth, and I was gonna make a comment about Bluetooth. So the grammar points and stuff, the way to describe, oh, this is important, or this is more common for that stuff, those are the stuff that are interesting to me now. I know I'm not going to memorize all the vocabulary. Like, what I mean is, do I have enough? Have I ever taken any of the N-level tests? I haven't. I did a mock test like 2 years ago on N5. Like after like 6 months of Duolingo, people asked me to test all the time, like from time to time, and I took a mock test N5 after 6 months of Duolingo. I mean, getting a passing score on the N5 is not that bad. Now here we do have a special treat here. So in Bunpro, they provide practice tests. So I have planned to do a special stream in a staggered way. I already went over the scheduling stuff in the reviews, but Bunpro actually has 5 like mock tests for every level. How and when I'm going to do them has already been determined. So for the N5 is after I complete my study month on N4 vocabulary, which is next month. This month was N4 grammar. So it's the practice month. So the reviews N5 schedule. So the N5 schedule is we did N5 grammar, and N5 vocabulary across 2 months. That's the lessons. And then the third month, the month after, month 3, was a practice month. So the practice month is for the grammar and the vocabulary. The last 2 months, which is April and May, were the N4 months for grammar and vocabulary. So it's like this structure, so N4. Now, we're in the third month. Now, this part got a little tricky because of other things. So now the third month is grammar practice. So the month that we are currently in is grammar practice, not lessons. This is lessons. The next month, month 4, is the N4 vocabulary practice. Now, where does the N5 test comes in? So now at the end of the 4th month, we will do the first N5 mock exam. All right, so we'll find out based on their mock exam. And then when it gets to the next cycle, so now 4 months, there's going to be a next cycle, the N3 cycle, which will also do probably grammar, vocab lessons for 2 months. It might actually end up being 3 months because the number of grammar and vocabulary at N3 is higher than N4. N5 and N4 on Bunpro had about the same amount. So I spread them out. So we're going to spread it out, either the volume to 2 to 3 months, and we repeat the cycle. So now what happens at the N3 month? When I finish my practice months, we're going to do an N5 mock exam and an N4 mock exam. The first N4 mock exam. So these will be at the end of the N3 cycle. And so on and so forth. So the exams are going to be stacked for 5 times. So by the time I get to the end of the N1 cycle, I would have done all 5 N5 mock exams. I would have done 4 of the N4 mock exams, 3 of the N3, 2 of the N1, and be preparing for the first N1 mock exam. Why am I doing it that way? It's because that's my SRS. There's no SRS for mock exams, and I need to space them. So while I'm the reason why I can do this is because oftentimes Bunpro, when they're doing grammar and sentences, the grammar and sentences are written in a way that incorporates the previous grammar points. So when I'm reviewing N4 example sentences, they have N5 grammar in them. And many of the vocabulary, they tell you in Bunpro what the vocabulary coverage is. And usually it's graded. Their grammar examples are graded based on the vocabulary that they have set. So when you're reading N4 sentences, there are N5 grammar points and N5 vocabulary. That's not always guaranteed. The idea is I'm leaving the next group so that there will be time, and then I would go back and do the mock exams. So that's how the mock exams are coming in. So if it was an exam situation, yes. Now, when it comes to doing it or take an exam, if I had to be very conservative, I would pass an N3 exam. Now, I'm pretty sure I can test my way out of an N3 exam. Would I be satisfied with the results? I wouldn't know, because typically exams don't necessarily tell me whether I should be satisfied or not. It doesn't measure my proficiency in my tasks. Like, for example, an N exam doesn't tell me about how much I think about N5 or N4 grammar. It tells me what they want me to know, which I can do to compare myself with other people. So that's, I think, standardized testing is excellent when the responsibility that you have is to compare yourself to other people, or compare yourself for an obligation, basically to qualify, go to Japan, qualify. You need N3 plus for specific things to go to Japan. I'm not going to Japan. And also, I rarely compare myself to anyone. Now, if someone really needs to compare to me, and they offered me a very persuasive argument that it would help them along the way if they would compare themselves to me, I would have to do something standardized to work. Like, I would need to do something standardized so that we can compare each other. Comparing, like, even now, the way I'm doing this, my experience is I'm pointing out all the things that I do not compare with someone else. So when someone is using Bunpro, I have to make sure to explain this stuff, because the way they're going to experience Bunpro, all of this is going to be different. Like, I can assure you, if I had to guess, the first thing someone's going to do when I put myself in their shoes, when they talk about mock exams, is that right when they complete, the first time they see all of the lessons in the N5 group of Bunpro, they're going to take all these mock exams. And then the next thing they're going to do is they're going to register for an official one. Right? And then our experience deviates. So I can't like account for that at all. When someone tells me like, oh, are you going to take an exam? It's like, well, you'll never know how you compare to me because I haven't taken a standardized exam. So that is a common question, right? People ask me, have I taken an exam? It's like, well, I'm not interested. If you compel me, be my friend, and say like somehow me taking an exam would help you do something, then I am willing to do that. I have no satisfaction from doing that, nor do I have an application, because I'm not going to Japan to work, or I'm not going to live in Japan. That would be one of the motivations, which that's a lot of the people's motivations. So for sure. Apparently N5 is starting to be required if you want to go to school in Japan. Yes, N5 is required. In fact, I think it's N4 and N3. And depending on the level of school, I think it's N3 plus. And then the work visa is N2, yes. You don't need... now here's a grain of salt. You don't need BJLPT if you are working remotely for a company that is not in Japan and you want to reside in Japan. There's like a special... There are ways to live in Japan but not require Japanese proficiency if you work remotely. So like tech companies and stuff would have people, you can live somewhere and still work for a different company. And that visa situation is a topical thing that has been happening in the last year or two. Like to attract people who have money, who are successful, but to alleviate their work visa situation, because you kind of want people who are good working and whatnot, who may not necessarily be proficient. Like it's a compromise about needing to know the language versus having someone who is very successful, reside in Japan, spend money, contribute to commerce, and still work for something else, like for someone else outside of the country. So remote work is a little bit different for that requirement. You don't have plans for either because money and responsibility, but fun fact, yeah, I don't have any plans either. And I know of most of those N5 things because I needed to understand why people do it, why most people do it. So easy, just have a high-paying remote tech job. Exactly. So if you're wondering what is the most common people you hear about when you think about the examples online, tech jobs. You've actually seen videos like that? Exactly. You go to Japan and you can reside in Japan despite the people having very low proficiency. Now, here's the thing. If they're hardworking, high-paying, eventually they would likely end up being proficient in Japanese, right? The idea is, if I had to put myself in like the Asian culture or the Japanese culture, the visa program, the visa requirements are to make sure that the people who come to your country can understand and obey, like be contributors to the country. So the higher the standard goes is a reflection of the country's requirements for a visitor to be able to be acceptable in their country, right? Like, so being able to speak the language helps with integrating with culture and not creating conflict, but you can also be very successful in other ways. And you want to attract successful people because successful people might actually be very successful at acquiring the language afterwards. So in Japan, this is, in my opinion, like when I'm looking at like the tourist is tourism and then residents and foreigners is a very topical, it's very topical right now with Japan. And there are different ways to get in, provided you are successful and productive. One way someone can make assurances that the person who's coming into Japan is productive is probably to have a language proficiency exam, because that would be very tough for anyone to be proficiently integrating into a country without being able to speak their primary language, right? So, however, you can also be a high-paying executive who simply wants to reside in Japan, maybe even work for its economic status, and still maybe acquire the language later. You definitely should know the language a fair bit if you stay there. Exactly. So that's the way. Now, the way that you typically hear is the minimum requirement of N5, right? Right. Or like the minimum requirement of N3+. And those are coming from the perspective that you and I interact with, not like you and me who are interested in going and stuff like that. The people we hear are trying to reach the minimum. The people you see, right? The people you see often, like on content creation and stuff, they are already ahead before they went. So they were either professionally successful, well integrated, already invested a lot in the Japanese culture. They were probably still proficient in Japanese despite not taking exams. And they still went to Japan, had a visa approved through their success. that doesn't mean they can't simply walk into the exam. So a lot of the content creators, they would be proficient in the language despite not having the language tested. That's kind of the idea of success. The idea is most people that you see online, they probably prepared far beyond the requirements already. So you have to take into that account. The ones that we hear about, the people who are improving, who are young, who are like the first time they've ever learned a language, they're trying to reach up a minimum. And for myself, I don't know where I am. I can tell you now though, I could probably, with some like off time and not streaming and all that, pass the N3 exam fairly conservatively. Probably pass the N3 exam. Taking a test requires a test taking approach. So I would start studying the exams, right? This will then, I would start sounding like someone else. Like, think about it this way. Here's my counter argument, Beth. The way I'm learning Japanese is not that great for practicing for N5, N4, N3. If someone asked me like, hey, can you work with me in Japan? I want to invest in your career, right? I want to invest in your career. Like someone from Japan right now came to me and said, hey, we would love you to come to Japan. We want to fund you for 5 years on your project about integrating Asian American culture into Japan or something, and it sounds like a dream of a lifetime. And then they asked me, to fund this, I have to pass the N3 exam in the next year. My studying would then be focused on taking exams. So I would only study and spend all of my time specifically focused on passing the exam. So this type of stuff that I'm talking about, this scheduling and stuff, that's not part of the exam. Like you don't practice time scheduling, critical thinking skills, and alternative ways of explaining things, or the integration of English and Japanese culture and like NetSpeak and stuff. You don't need any of that information. So like 80% of my time would be quote unquote a waste of time for practicing for N5 and stuff. So when someone asks me the way I'm doing it, right? Like if they're asking me, am I preparing for the exam? I'm not, right? That's the obvious point. And then if they ask me, would I do really well on an exam? I would say I would do up to a point because I spent covering those things. Now, when someone asks me, whoa, how do you know you're N3 plus? That sounds arrogant. You mean it's arrogant to summarize over 8,000 hours of Japanese studies and I only got to N3? Like, we have to put it into perspective, right? Like someone thinks that it takes a year to 2 years to get to N3, where they spent like 2 hours or less a day in those 2-year periods to get to N3. I think about Japanese like 10 hours a day for over 2.5 years, and I still think modestly that I would probably get somewhere around N3. I might end up barely failing N3, something like that. So we have to put into perspective. Most of my time is actually not invested in understanding what's going to be on the N5, N4, N3 tests. Now, the good news is, because I'm studying using Bunpro, we can find out next month, the end of next month, we can find out how well I do on a N5 mock exam. And then by Christmas time, we can find out if I can still do the N5 exam, and then also one of the N4 exams. It's going to be a special stream. Basically, I'm going to write something up on the board and say, shh, give me 2 hours. Because if you look at these time frames, this mock exam has a 1.5 hour limit. And this mock exam has a 2-hour limit. So I'm basically going to live record me taking the mock exam. I'm going to try my best. My inclination is that I'm still going to spend some time talking to people and saying hello despite taking the mock exam. It's going to be an interesting experience. I don't think I've ever done an examination thing where I recorded and shared things live. The alternative, I haven't decided, is to take this exam, record myself, and then post it, as in afterwards. But I want to try with the N5 to do it live, as in some people can come by and say hello. I need to learn how to say, oh, hey, hi, right now I'm taking an exam, so you could post your thoughts, write your thoughts, and if I have a time to look at it, I'll look at it, right? If I'm ahead and whatnot. So that's kind of what I'm going to do first. If I find that it was not sustainable, then maybe we'll record all of it. So basically, in my own time, I hit the record button, I take the exam, I record my screen, then I edit it and then post out what the exam looked like when I was doing the exam. I don't think that is good enough to meet my ends, so that is pretty much the idea at the moment. Apparently, official N5 exams are only on Sundays. Yeah, and exams are internationally administered on similar days. Apparently, according to drama James, who I haven't heard from a while now. I think James should have taken his N3 exam, should be working on moving to Japan soon, if not already. So I haven't heard from James in a while now. So the N3 exam was pretty soon. The N4 exam is also a very specific time now, and drama is, I think, taking his N4 or something like that. So, and they're from different countries, but apparently it's administered in a similar time internationally. It's difficult for you on Sundays because of responsibilities on Sunday. That's interesting. You do a lot on Sundays. If you had to guess, you would, but not ideal. Yeah. And here's a thing. This might sound hypocritical. When I go to do this mock exam, right? According to other people who took the Bunpro, did these, I don't know if it's randomly generated or if it's fixed. I will only find out when I start. According to the forums, the people who design these mock exams, they are aiming a slightly higher than what their project is. That doesn't matter if you're N3 and you're taking N5 exam, right? So now my thought is, this is why it might sound hypocritical. The amount of time that I have spent on this content, reiterating this content, reevaluating this content, and seeing the same type of Japanese concepts in various ways, I'm expecting to ace these exams, not pass these exams. So when I'm saying about N3, for example, yeah, I'm not saying work. Yeah, family stuff. It's expected that you're around for family? Okay. Yeah, I'm not expecting it was work related. So for these exams, right, I'm expecting to ace these exams. So when I say that I will do fairly well on the N3 exam, I wouldn't take the N3 exam until I'm ready. Most people think when they're ready is when they pass an exam. For myself personally, when I say I'm ready for an exam, I expect to ace the exam. So I prepare well in advance to my proficiency exams. So if I was graded, I'm expected to aim higher than what's being graded. When I go to work, I want to perform above and beyond what the standard is. I don't want to meet the standard. I want to go beyond the standard. I don't want to create a new standard. I'm not out to say, hey, look at me, I'm the gold standard. Everyone should be. I want to be greater than the standard that the average or the requirements are set. And that is usually what I do mostly to feel satisfied. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, I just passed the N5, it's like, congratulations, how do you feel? And they feel great. For me, if I just barely passed the exam, like this is my personal insecurities, what I don't know is what I need to focus on, because the things I do are less satisfying, right? So hear me out. This is my personal insecurity. I think the mistakes that I've made, the gaps in my knowledge, all those things are far more important and far more valuable than reminding myself of what I know. So it's the opposite, in my opinion, where people gather the satisfaction from. Like when someone ace an exam, they're like, oh, thank goodness, I'm never gonna have to do that again. And when I ace an exam, I'm like, well, it's a shame I don't learn anything more. Like there's nothing else to learn anymore. It's great affirmation. Like affirmation feels good, right? The vast majority of my reward comes from improving, from learning all the things I don't know. Curiosity is what drives my inspiration. So oftentimes when people pass an exam, they're like, yes, now I don't have to do N5 again. Let's move on to N4. If I don't ace the N5 mock exam, I go back and review and work on all the things that I missed until I understand it, while I'm slowly paralleling in N4. So the idea behind the staggered mock exams is that just because I get to N3 doesn't mean I'm beyond N5 and N4. So much like the rant that I had on this screen, right? This screen, I still go over everything. I continue to try to integrate so that all of it becomes fluid. My principle is that me personally, I'm never beyond other people's comprehensions. I'm never beyond the foundation. I do my due diligence. Every once in a while, every frequently, I do SRS myself. I go over all my N5 stuff every 3 months or so. I don't tell myself I passed the N5, I never have to go back to N5. I never have to go back to N4. It's a one and done deal. So for me, I really did love the way you have decided to go back to Wanikani, Beth, and continue to try to see how to make it work, right? You don't have to do it all at once. You can sometimes take breaks from the thing you're doing, learn something else, and then come back and look at things through a new lens, right? Because you're constantly learning more. So when you look back and also revisit old things, you have new perspectives. Your things grow. You're creating associations by intuition. The thing that I don't resonate with that Japanese language learners do very often is that when they pass something, they never have to think about it again, or they try to minimize the way they think about it. And that to me creates gaps. So when someone tries to simplify something or talk to another person to help them, they no longer can do it, right? Like if you, Beth, like struggle with an N5 concept and you talk to someone who's a one and done and they're like an N1, they will speak to you like you should know N1 while describing an N5 concept. So then that would be a teacher or a person who's offering advice that isn't useful. That's kind of like a beginner saying I should follow everything an expert says when they're a beginner. It's often incredibly inappropriate because the gap can be so wide. Now you can get lucky that the expert spends most of their time teaching beginners. That's a different story. but you don't have control over that. You don't have control over if what the expert is telling you is appropriate for a beginner. It takes an expert to keep on considering beginner things in order to be an excellent teacher for that level. Now, you yourself have skills that you'll be an expert in. And if you are practicing how to, like, this is why family, you talked about family. This is why I think family dynamics are very telling of someone. Like, I don't have a child, right? If I did have a child, I would have to relearn or test myself if I still can empathize with what my child is going through, my hypothetical child is going through, because you have to practice all those things. So, like, when a child learns to walk and you're asking yourself, I don't remember the last time I thought about how I learned how to walk. So how are you going to help your child? You just shove them and hope that they learn themselves? You could do that, obviously, right? Like, your fingers crossed, your child just learns on them by themselves, right? They do whatever they want. But what happens when they ask you, hey, can you help me with my math homework? Can you help me with my grammar? Right? Can you help me with my Japanese? I want to learn Japanese. I was told you know Japanese. Can you teach me some Japanese? That's what happens when native speakers think that they're beyond foundations. Like in English, like a person who's very good at English, right? I've had this discussion many times with students who are preparing for the SATs. They tell me that, oh, it's just a couple words. I know a lot of English. I'm very good at English. And the first thing I ask them is like, so what do you think the subject noun agreement is in this sentence? They're like, what do you mean agreement? Well, what do you mean by that? And I'm like, I'm asking you a middle school question about how to describe the subject verb agreement in a sentence. That's what I mean. Now, again, it's not that it won't work out, because children are awesome. Like, children learn as well. The idea is, if you're an adult and a child or someone, it doesn't have to be a child. It could be like two adults. It could be adult that's starting out. Like, they said they want to change their career. They want to become a computer science engineer. And the last job they had was they were a farmer. And then you're the computer engineer who is an expert and a leading person by your field, but it's been like 10 years since you worked with a beginner. How often is it that the expert is going to have time to revisit how to educate a beginner? If you're a teacher, it's likely. If you're not, then you're probably going to say a bunch of things that you think will help the beginner, and then the beginner may or may not succeed. That is usually the child analogy, where like a parent does not step up and go through all the tracks, like learn how to be patient again, learn that there's trial and error to helping your child naturally learn and problem solve, sitting down with the child to challenge them to figure out how to solve problems and then see if they can start solving problems themselves. All those things, it's really dependent if you practice those things anymore. And online, when people talk to each other, they talk to each other like they're not human beings anymore. And they always talk to each other like they know everything. Like, oh yeah, you should know. Everyone knows this. It's like, well, yeah, everyone online in your circle knows this. Like, can you explain to me what you mean by that? That's what I mean by it's time, and it's time wasted when you have no application for it. For myself, I love helping young people. Like, I love encouraging people, even not even young, like literally young. I'm talking about young at mind. People who are willing to learn. They are still young in the mind. They're still open-minded. And in order to curate and encourage them to want to learn new things, you have to also be able to communicate what it feels like. Like, how do you get someone excited to learn a new thing if you have old brain in your forehead, right? Someone's like, you probably encountered this before. You just discovered your favorite TV show, right? Beth, you like discovered this, really cool thing. And then you talk to someone who played the game for a very long time, and they give you like this 100-year-old jaded comment, and then now all your enthusiasm is gone. Like, I really love this show. It's on season 1 and feels really good. And then someone on season 7 is like, yo, dude, this show just goes to crap after season 3. You might as well just not watch it. And then you're like, oh, well, I guess I won't even watch the 3 good seasons and then figure out if I think the show goes to crap after 3 seasons. Right? That's kind of someone who thinks about all of that. They will say something like, oh yeah, like you're in the season 1. I still remember how it was exciting during this time. And then season 2, it got really great. Season 3 was like super peak. And then season 4 got a little down, but I still feel like it was enthusiastic. Right now where I am, the season is kind of a mixed bag. So now you have the whole track. You have the feeling track, right? So the person isn't just you have to, like, the person who's only watching season 1 suddenly has to understand the person who watched season 7 and don't care about any of the season before it. That's like what I mean by the internet hustle culture person, where when you like something, like for example Wagotabi, here's a good example of an analogy between you and me about Wagotabi. When a jaded advanced learner in Japanese comes to you and is like, dude, Wagotabi's trash. Like, who's never gonna learn anything from Japanese? Like, you learn so much better if you just grind 100 hours of Genki textbook and then just grind your way to listening to 1,000 podcasts like me in Japanese, and you don't need Wagotabi. Meanwhile, all you're thinking about is, oh man, Wagotabi is really fun because I'm starting out in Japanese and it is a great new, perspective that you're engaging in. That happens. It happens quite a lot. And children, the parents' dynamics with the children falls into that category a lot, where a parent think they're too good for the child's activities. So instead of participating with the child through thick and thin, like practicing and failing together, like if you suck at math, for example, like if you suck at math and your child needs math homework, you're an adult who, if you practice problem solving skills and other skills, you can learn with the child again. The odds of you being ahead, regardless of where the child is failing, you're probably going to have an edge. That's one of the contrasts between someone who is experienced and who's inexperienced. So oftentimes, the most patient parents, the more tolerant parents, are the most caring parents. They have their patience, they understand, they still remember what it's like to be a child. So that to me is what I think effective teachers are. Effective teachers have to, quote unquote, waste their time against their colleagues' snobberies, because you're gonna have, it's not bad or good, it's more like priorities. There are advanced learners who expect their students to be advanced learners, right? And then there are advanced learners who spend most of their time trying to be patient to bring up a larger net of students. Now the thing is, the time they spent could keep them down too. Like the time they spent trying to cast a wider net, it will make them less of an advanced learner, right? You have to sacrifice that time. So I myself personally am willing to always engage in that. I like being like a bridge. I'm not the top, nor am I the bottom. I enjoy being a bridge because I'm almost 40, and all I can think about is it would be pretty awesome to have like a 5-year-old child to raise and teach and stuff. If not, you could argue, what is the next best thing for someone who likes teaching and helping? Set yourself up for an attempt to bump into anyone who likes to learn something, because that's what children do. They learn, you see them succeed. And I'm not calling you a child, Beth, obviously. We're still talking about the mental mind. Like, it is absolutely, it's the most rewarding sight for me to see people succeed, right? And especially succeed mentally, right? If you say you want to learn something, and if I can contribute to it, I want to contribute to it. And then seeing you succeed it's all the reward you really need. Seeing someone able to succeed where they didn't really think they were going to, that's amazing. It's priceless. The smile on it's obviously I can't see your face and I can't see other people's faces when they do things. However, those people who share it, you're right, like share the experience on content creation and stuff, they recording themselves, like one day it just magically clicks. That's beautiful. Human ability to learn is absolutely beautiful when they click. So how does this relate to like the people who are reaching bare minimums and like using idealism to learn, so they always constantly feel like they're disappointing themselves? That hurts. When someone spends thousands of hours to pass an exam and they barely pass, only to feel bad about it, right? Because it sucks. Like, what can you do in that situation? They did something great and they still feel like crap. That to me is my indirect way of talking about idealism. So going back to where you hopped in about looking for correct answers, like only correct answers, and memorizing only correct answers, that means there's only one way to be right and one way to be wrong, and there's not many opportunities to learn something else. And when you don't have, in my opinion, when one has very limited way of learning and doing things and solving things, it does mean that to you, like the person that's doing this, they are the reason why it's the highway, is your way or the highway. And it works both ways. It's antagonistic to anyone who disagrees with you, and you yourself are your worst enemy. So when you get something wrong, you only know that you got it wrong because it's the only way you can be wrong, and there's only one way you can be right. No consolidation, no other ways to solve a problem. When you have a problem, you have no idea how to solve another problem. And that is what I do spend most of my evening talking about, actually. Like whenever I interact with the one or two people who talk to me privately, it's simply to discuss different ideas, different ways to go about solving a problem, finding reassurances, tackling things, and it's brainstorming. It's very tough to talk to someone and the first thing they tell me is, can you just tell me the right answer? Can you tell me what they want? Can you tell me the right things to write down about my own personal experience? I'm like, it's your own personal experience. You should be able to write about anything. Like, you should be able to fill pages with all of your personal motivations. It's not that anymore. Like kids, what kids ask is, how do I write a good essay? I'm like, what do you mean by how to write a good essay? It's like, oh, what are the tricks? What are the things I need to memorize and copy to make a good essay? Like, what do you think is a good essay? What do you think you want to write about? Because the things you want to write about, you can speak with them in a quality that makes it. Is this going to be on the test? Exactly. And that's where kids start. Like, that's where younger people start. Eventually they will be, is this test important to me? Can I do better than this test? Do I know enough to cover all the tests and then some? how comfortable do I feel about the content that could be in this test and anything possible that I might not have thought of? Have I practiced enough to comfortably feel like I can pass the test and meet the standards of that test? Not what is literally going to be in the test. Give me an example that's identical to the problem set in the test so then I can reproduce it, right? So when you become an adult, you're no longer reliant on identifications, like eidetic things. Like, here's one that kids, like younger people, specifically as older people, what is success like? Or they don't even say what is success like. What is success? How can you be successful? And then the older person would think, can you be a little bit more specific, or like infuse some sort of personality or demand? Because that is a very fully loaded question. So then the older person or the successful person would say more words of wisdom as opposed to giving specific details. Because when you're an adult, the details are yours. They're not prescriptional to the other person. So like, oh, how do you be successful? Be born Japanese. What that sounds like a left field, but let's recontextualize to Bunpro and language learning. One of the ways to be successful in Japan is to be born Japanese. So like when a teenager, the first thing you might think this is absurd, like why would anyone think that could hurt someone? Well, a teenager who is going to turn 18, who uproots their life and goes to Japan, and then they get treated like a foreigner, the first thing they'll probably think about is, I wish I was born Japanese, so then I could fit in and be successful in Japan. Because their model was a Japanese person, which they are not. I'm not saying you can't be happy wanting to be a Japanese person your entire life, or being accepted as a Japanese person when you're not. You can be happy with that. The idea is it can also work the other way. It can work in many ways. Like, if I want to go to Japan, I'll try my best to be like the Japanese. And I can do that for the rest of my life and put a smile on my face, knowing that also in reality, I can't be reborn as Japanese, right? So as an adult, like in my opinion, when you're more experienced, you come to terms and you leverage all of that. You see all the good qualities and bad qualities. Like, think about it this way. You're not Japanese, but you are a foreigner. So what are the pros and cons of being a foreigner in Japan? Now you're thinking less narrow-mindedly. You're open to all the possibilities. Like, you're trying to integrate all the things that make you you. You're not separating them, compartmentalizing them because they're either right or wrong. You're using all you've got. You're looking at everything about you, not asking, hey, what is the best way to be Japanese? Be Japanese. That's the tough one. Now, how does this translate to NetSpeak or the people I meet online? Usually, when they are upset, they usually wish for something they are not. Like, slipping. Like, what they mean is they say it out of exacerbation. Like, man, I wish I had better memory. Okay? That's not going to solve your problem now, wishing that. However, what can you do with the tools that you have now, and even my help or presence? We can approach it a different way. So you don't have the best memory, sure. Which, by the way, the irony here is later down the road, I would tell them, like, your memory is probably still better than mine. And we would take like a performance test, like a memory performance test, and they would score like 15% higher than me. And I was like the basis for them making that comment. Like, oh, I wish I had better memory. And they were talking to me, so they were inferring that someone in like currently talking in the room has better memory than them. They have an aspect of what better memory looks like. And turns out the thing they think is memory is not, because I don't have better memory than them. Like, multiple times someone would say like, oh, you must have really great short-term memory because you memorized all these things. And my first thought is, I'm willing to bet that I'm either not statistically significantly different, like the two of us don't have statistically, like largely statistically different memory capacities, because that's a very rare thing. It's a very rare trait. Our strategies might be different. That might account for the differences. So what do I do most of the time? I don't go around saying I'm a genius because I have good memory. I might be performing better because I have more strategies. So how do I go about doing that? I show as many strategies as I can and hope that it inspires someone to figure out their strategy, right? So I know you get it. You try to be helpful, and not like all programs are trash. Yeah, not like all programs are trash. And is this going to be on the test? That's a tough one. Beth, when I have office hours and you have different college students, right, come in for help, specifically, in my opinion, I worry about the ones that say, is this going to be on the test? More than the students that are testing me, how much knowledge I have, because they have questions that they're just simply digging too deep, like deeper than I have. Like someone say, hey, this variable here, are you sure you, like, is the instructor, like, because I'm the teaching assistant, so I am responsible for the professor's exam questions and content. Like, I didn't make the exam. I'm also reading through the exam and learning how to explain things, right? So a student comes in and say like, so the professor said this in this note, and I'm not in class. Like, I don't sit in class following the professor that they have's lesson. So they would say, well, this doesn't quite make sense and line up with this example they're using. Shouldn't this apply? And then I'm like looking at it like, you have a point. Maybe I'll go and check with the professor, because I think you raise a really good point. And those are the kids, like those are the students, they're way ahead of the curve. Like, they're questioning the test content. Like, they're to the point where they know the foundations, right? They've already known all the foundations. They're testing and questioning the material that's given to them and challenging the instructor and the TA, their how well they understand the material. The ones that say they're just there to get the right answer so that they can score better, they're not really learning all that much. They're gonna remember it and then they're gonna dump all of the stuff. And the idea is, hear me out, those students can make it work. Because if they know this is the last time they're ever gonna use this material, then they're gonna learn just enough to pass the material and never come back to it. That's efficiency. I can appreciate that. So, like, for example, for Japanese language learners, there are people who simply study for the exam, N5, N3, up to N2, and the moment they pass N2, they dump everything and they already got it over with. So now they got in. Now they can just learn whatever Japanese they want to learn. Right? Go out in Japan, learn colloquial, because the stuff you learn in N5, N4, and up to N2, that doesn't mean most of that stuff is quote unquote useful when you're interacting in Japan. In fact, the people on Wanikani and Bunpro, they have this debate all the time where like, oh, well, you just need to pass the exam. Like half of this stuff you don't really use, half of the, you make those arguments. So there are pros and cons to everything. When you're getting advice, you kind of want to make sure that the person you're talking with, or if you're trying to motivate each other, you kind of want to know the person's state of mind. Like if someone says, oh yeah, all I care about is the JLPT exams, don't talk to me because I'm going to trigger you like on a daily basis, because half the stuff I'm talking about isn't even on the exam. Like, is the N5 exam telling you explain the relationship between causative and passive using Japanese examples where you use an ichidan, two ichidan verbs with two godan verbs? Are you going to have that in JLPT? I don't actually. I would be very like surprised and possibly kind of impressed if that's the nature of the type of question in a language proficiency exam. So, like, the way I'm thinking about these things and remembering vocabulary, that's not what they're testing. Like, explain, like, for example, here's a vocabulary word. Explain the radicals and your interpretation of the radicals in which it can be assimilated to form the native meaning of this word. And then explain it how it could be analogous in English. That's not what JLPT is testing. JLPT does not test 80% of the way that I think about language. So, no, this would be a terrifyingly poor way for anyone to think that anything I say is going to dramatically help them with taking an exam. And so the idea is, if I took an exam, what would that be like? And that comes back to basically your question that you shared earlier. I can probably pass the N3 exam. Probably. And it took me probably 2 to 3 times longer to get to this point than someone who is specifically studying for the exam. I think if I had to put my shoes, hypothetically, like I can't rewind time, so I can't rewind all the things that I've done. However, if I were to study specifically for the exam, hypothetically, the 3 to 4 months to pass the N5, 1 year to pass the N4, maybe on a good day where I don't do anything with N4, like N4 and beyond, start another project and just keep studying, a year, like another year, like, so 2.5 years to pass the N3. And what I mean by 2.5 years is maybe like 30 minutes a day for 2.5 years. N3, pretty good. If I'm specifically studying for the N3. In fact, I can probably get there a little bit faster if I simply just do mock exams and study mock exams for the whole time. Like, take a mock exam, break it down, look at all the patterns that deal with how mock exams are structured, and then maybe after I pass the N1 in I'm going to say conservatively 4.5 years, I will release a book on all the patterns and formulations and standardizations on JLPT as like a as a study, as a case study. That's probably what I would do. I haven't taken exams, right? There's no like master list of past papers. Like it's not like I can just sit here and build an entire series on taking mock exams. If I could do that, that would be a fun experiment. I would say it would be a really fun experiment to collaborate with, I don't know, the JLPT administrators. They could give me like 20 mock exams, like a glossary or an archive. It might be possible. I don't actually know. I haven't ever dug for mock exams. Like maybe we can collect like 30 different mock exams that came from a specific era, like a era of standardization, because JLPT standardization gets updated over time. So whatever the current standard is, like right now HSK, their standard is getting revised. The Chinese exams, they are getting revised, so they get updated. So mock exams, you can learn how to test take, you can learn the exam. This is I brought this topic up before. I grew up on a liberal arts education, like liberal arts in college, liberal arts in graduate school. Liberal arts tend to de-emphasize one way or the highway, like standardized exams. They tend to challenge the person to learn as many different ways as possible, because every professor is different. It is very jarring. Like for someone who comes from a standardized perspective, like everyone takes the same type of exams, they're always comparable, everyone learns the same material, right? That's JLPT. Everyone learns the same material, so you can compare to each other, despite humans being dramatically different and different ages, and it's voluntary and all that stuff. Despite all of that, when you're in high school, right, when you're younger, all of your exams are typically standardized, unless you're incredibly privileged and you went to a liberal arts style education where everything is dependent on the tasks you complete and individualize. You are standardized. So when you're going from high school to college, you still need to pass a standardized exam in order for them to compare the students, right? Like, how do you compare students if every student's variation is great? Use a standardized exam. JLPT is a proficiency test to screen people on a standardization. Now, how successful are they is a wild card, because the college that I went to and the graduate school that I went to, it wasn't strictly based on standardized exams or grades. It was also weighted on individual experience. And I managed to make it into those choices, I don't think on the back of remarkable grades, because I didn't have remarkable standardized grades. One of the people that I've been talking to, they were talking about like their SAT scores and how they have to get like a 1550 plus on a 1600 score. And my first thought is that is something I can't help them with, because I didn't do, like, I barely had a prep time. Like I was told I should take the SATs. I took the SATs. I got a incredibly mediocre score, and I am the person I am now from that product. So whenever someone tells me like, oh yeah, you must have perfect the SAT score, and I'm like, I scored in like the 70th percentile in mathematics. And then, you know, someone was like assuming I should have scored perfect on a mathematical standard, because I was trying to explain to them of the conceptual understanding of differential equations in calculus. And I'm like, I didn't get the differential equations in calculus because I scored perfect on the SATs. In fact, most of the standardized exams were encouragement for me to understand that there's a lot of things I don't understand. And that's the basis of my college, graduate school education. I got humbled at every corner. I got sobered and gut punched and kicked on the ground over and over again, because I thought I knew things. I thought I comprehended things, and I didn't. In fact, it was so scarring. I'm saying with a smiling face because I know how to manage it. I wouldn't be smiling if I didn't know how to manage it. I got kicked so hard, like I got humbled so hard at every corner of my life in general, in education. Every time I had to do that, I had to step up. So every time I got scarred so much that most of the time when I walk into a room, I expect everyone to be better than me. That's what I ended my like conversation with Procall yesterday about. I prefer to overestimate my company. It keeps me vigilant. It keeps me like alert. I rarely ever underestimate my colleagues, an exam, something they produce. So in anticipation that it pushes me further, I spent most of my life behind, not ahead. And even when I'm ahead now, I consistently think I'm behind. And it's not a bad or a good thing. Or you could say it's a bad and a good thing. I learned to manage it. I learned to cope and take advantage of it. If I constantly think that the person I'm talking to is far more excellent, achieving, and rewarding than I am, it also means that whenever I talk to anyone, I make them feel good about themselves. That's a win for me. That means I'm consistently always able to be encouraging to the person I'm talking to. It's not from a point of condescension. It's from the point of humility. Like, I truly do believe conditionally most of the time whoever speaks to me has something to give to the world, to themselves, to me. Like, so whenever someone comes by and says, oh, I know you must have heard this a lot of times because you already went through graduate school and PhD, it's like, no. Questions, curiosity, I'm not beyond that. If you want me to answer a question that I have answered like 10,000 times over, 100 times over, I will do my best, because there is some level of potential or value in the person I'm talking to. So when someone walks into the room and gives me the time of day, their time is also genuinely incredibly valuable. Human time is valuable. And in my opinion, when you take two people who spend time, listening to each other, learning from each other, their time has a chance of being worth more than the time they spent apart. And you can be a cynic and say, well, it could also be a waste of time because two people could spend time together and argue and disagree with each other. And it's like, well, yeah. And then if you take nothing from it, it is a waste of time. Or two people can argue and discuss and learn how to solve problems. They might still have problems together, but they have learned how to solve problems. What is that going to be worth? Well, it's worth every time you're going to be solving another problem. The next time you talk to another person and you have a problem, that is an investment in problem solving. So in ways you can in my opinion, generally you can see something as half glass full or half glass empty, right? So in this case, rarely people, like, the irony here is, here's a really funny situation. If you want to see a very comical act, when I meet someone like me, right? Like if I met my clone, right? Like someone asked me, so wouldn't you want someone exactly like you? Like, would you marry like basically myself, like someone exactly like me? I usually say, like, I would hate myself because we wouldn't get anything done. The idea is you have to understand, like one thing I'm trying to present is a problem solver likes to solve problems. So when you meet your clone, you meet yourself, there's nothing interesting in it. You're yourself, so you're gonna agree on everything. You're basically still going to learn everything that is the same that's learning. You're not exchanging ideas with anyone. If you're talking to yourself, you're barely exchanging anything with yourself. Now, someone could argue, well, what if the clone you had a different environment? Then they're not going to be like me anymore. right? Even if they have all my variables and my characteristics, if they grow up in a different environment, we are no longer the same person. So the idea is, who do I like to interact with? I like to interact with people who are willing to exchange ideas, to be agreeable, to discuss and whatnot. The best, most ideal person is not myself. That's narcissism. Like, if I met myself, nothing is going to get done. The comical thing is, I do have a case in that. Me and my best friends, we are quite alike in so many ways that when those things get challenged, nothing gets done. Like, for example, hey, what do you guys want to do today? Like, I don't know. What do you want to do today? Like, I don't know. What do you want to do today? I think it's your turn. No, I think it's your turn. Like, well, who's the person who made the last turn? The last decision. It's like, well, technically I did, but it was in agreement that no one else wanted to. So now it's your turn. So that is kind of what it's like when you meet someone, if like you had a bunch of group of agreeable people. So that isn't the greatest. Usually it's a mix of people, like a mix of different ideas, mix of different things that create beauty and wonder and innovation and stuff. You know, synergistic. You could argue there's interference. Yes, interference can happen. Synergy can happen. Symbiosis can happen. Mutualism can happen, where like two people just coexist and don't care about each other. That's fair enough. Usually, I prefer that I always look at it where the person I'm talking to has something to offer and I have something to offer them, because I'm trying my best to show them that I care about their worth. Like, the other way is to do the narcissistic way that most people, in my opinion, my experience is where someone walks in a room and they think they're better than everyone else. So they always expect less of everyone. And then it is up to everyone to try to prove to them that they're worth their time. So like someone walks in, it's like, oh yeah, you know, I always expect the least amount from everyone so that I don't get disappointed when they do in fact do nothing for me. I'm like, okay, so then you also walk into the room thinking that no one has anything to offer you and they have to prove to you that they are something worth your time. That's condescension. And then someone would, you know, they would argue, well, it's because I think the world hates me and no one wants to help me. And I'm like, now you're using yourself as the point of the victim when the person you're going to talk to have no idea how they victimized you. Right? In most cases, when you think perspectives like that is narcissistic, there is a point to all of this. People who think this way is trying to protect themselves. So if I encounter someone like that, I would still act the same way. I would act like they have something to offer, and I will try my best to offer something. So I still alleviate the problem of disappointing them. In fact, most of the time when I meet someone who has that problem, they're trying to protect themselves. Either trauma, past trauma, they lost trust in humanity because they were betrayed recently, right? Like traumatic stuff. And then if I'm doing that, the first thing you can tell if they're underestimating me, is they're gonna say phrases like, I'm surprised you know this. I'm surprised you watched this. I'm surprised you cared. I'm surprised you listened to me and did this. I'm really genuinely, you don't have to waste time on me. That type of situation happens far more. So it's a coincidence for now. What I mean is, it may not always stay this way. People change, right? The social paradigm may change in the future. Right now, the most applicable approach to being useful to people without like encountering conflict and whatnot is to show people that they're worth more, not worth less. Now, for every one person that has a big head, there's probably 9 people who could use that right now, in my opinion, online. So that's what we're going to do. It might there are so many times when I can tell you, Beth, I know you don't watch anime, but there's this one character in One Piece called Chopper. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Chopper or if you have any like family kiddos who watch anime, but One Piece is kind of like a darling for younger kids these days. There's a character named Chopper, and he's not a reindeer, but he is a reindeer. He's a talking reindeer without having to say much. He's a talking reindeer, and he's a doctor. And Choppa, right? I keep saying Choppa because it's funny, but Chopper, he does this thing where whenever a crew member, like One Piece is about pirates, so they're crew members. Whenever someone tries to compliment him, like Chopper tries, like, I was like, "Oh, thanks, Chopper, you're the best." He would respond by insulting the person who's complimenting them and telling them to shut up, but he would be bashful and obviously enjoy being complimented, right? That, to me, this is more than 50% of internet youth. I would say that's my experience, and I spend more than 50% of my time trying to demonstrate the value of choppers. So I see choppers. I don't see, like, I don't know, insert your lowest value person, like your most hated bully or something. I don't see that. I see choppers. I see people who could really use someone, could really benefit, not that they asked for it or anything, that could benefit highlighting what they can do, despite them going to tell you like, oh yeah, it's no big deal. Like, you know, I suck at other things, and then they would find as many possible ways to tell themselves like, oh, I suck at this. It's like, oh yeah, it can't be me. I suck at this. Oh, I definitely wouldn't be able to do this. So despite that, we can all try to do it with a smile and do it with a laugh, because inevitably it makes people feel good. So there is a SciShow like clip about what is the cheapest way to elevate your mood, the person who's speaking and the person who's speaking to. Give a compliment. Say something nice about each other. It's one of the cheapest ways and most statistically consistent ways in like a double-blind study, so to speak. SciShow covered some of these. Give a compliment or state something that they are able to do and then compliment them about it. It's one of the least like taxing, costly thing you can do. And that's kind of what I was thinking about here. So how does this relate back to thinking about different ways to do things? I can bend it a little. Why is this? Because when someone says everyone lies to you, what about everyone tells you the truth? Right? You have to look at it from many perspectives, because if you're stuck and you know that the current way that you're thinking makes yourself more and more miserable, more and more difficult, then you're going to have to think of many different other ways to see if you can change the course. Right? Or you can strap down and demonstrate to someone how stubborn you are and how narcissistic you are, to say that you're always right and you simply want to, you know, swim in your own suffering or your own affirmation. And that is your prerogative. I think everyone has that choice. If you want to say your way or the highway, I'm not there to convince you that the highway has more than one lane, right? It's the highway, not highways. That's fair enough. Now, would that stop me from joining you on your highway? Probably not. I would definitely go and join you on your highway every once in a while, right? While I enjoy other highways, obviously, that person doesn't have to. So they will only be happy when I'm on their highway, and then when I get off their highway, they will no longer be happy. And that's the, acceptance, the mutual acceptance. Someone can be happy if they only stay on one highway, if they understand that if you're staying on one highway, that means people are going to come and go. You're not willing to follow, and they're not willing to stay on the highway with you unless you're very, very lucky. So then the only people you trust is the people that are sharing your highway. How many of those people are compared to all the highways you have available to you? A lot less. So when you come to solve problems, learn from your mistakes, improve your learning skills, learning to solve problems, one highway fails to solve most things. Usually. Now, you could argue if your highway is big enough, like if you make your highway super big, it could cover everything, then that becomes really not that different from getting all the other highways, like learning about all the highways and expanding your highway. So you can definitely choose to expand your highway if you want. Your way could be everyone else's way, and that's when you're combining the two. And to me, that's kind of what it is. It's like the highways are interconnected, not separate highways. There's not a bunch of separate highways. There's a bunch of interconnected highways. So sometimes we share parts of the highway, sometimes we don't, and we'll naturally criss and cross with each other. So we all have one highway together, and then we spend our time on different highways that interconnect and go around and stuff. So that's what we're doing here. How to describe, right? How to describe learning at, in my opinion, at an intermediate and advanced level when you're ready is that when you see something, you have a lot to think about. At least in my opinion. All right. Anyways, that's a good, happier, wonderful, like a little bit more hopeful place to stop on the good note, right? If you think you're worthless, I beg to differ. If you don't think you're worth the compliment, I'll give it to you anyways. If you're thinking you're down, and the only way that makes you feel better is someone to tell you the truth that you suck, I'm not going to do that. The way to get someone happier, the way someone to encourage someone is to literally encourage them. Like, shelve your narcissism and your cynicism and bring someone up with good spirit. And then if you're saying, oh no, this person's a lost cause, that's on you. In my opinion. Like, if I had to be really aggressive about this, like, if you think someone is a lost cause, it also means that you can't help them. That is something you can do. You can work on that. Now, you can still try and fail. That's what I do, in my opinion. Like, oh, you know what? I think I'm unable to help you, but I'm going to try anyways. Maybe I'll learn to better myself and be able to help in the process, right? If there's anything I can tell to someone else, if they are willing to trust me to help them and I failed them, know that they will not be forgotten, because whatever we learn that we failed at, we'll learn together to help others in the future. You could end up helping others in the future. Learning to try to do something and failing is its own learning experience. So in any way when someone says you're wasting your time helping me because I'm not worth my time and we won't be successful, it's like I'm trying anyways because I need something to learn. If there's anything you can teach me, you could teach me that you're right, I can't help you. Then I had something to learn. I learned how I couldn't help, right? So in no way do I ever lose anything from trying to do something that's very difficult. It's humorous in my opinion and almost hypocritical when someone says they love challenges and then the first thing they do is remove all the challenge, right? Like, oh, I love helping people. I mean, oh yeah, can you help this kid right here who's like being bullied? It's like, oh no, not those type of helping. I only help people I can help. And I'm like, oh, okay, you must not love helping that much if you only love helping people when you're guaranteed to be successful, right? That's called cherry picking and like affirmation farming, confirmation bias. Like, again, I'm not saying I don't do this. There are times that it feels like even I am humbled by how hopeless the situation is. Right? I will still give a compliment though. There are things that are not beyond hope, and that's hope itself. We could fail miserably together, that's for sure. I've had my fair share of let's do it together, and we failed miserably together. What came out of it? An everlasting friendship. Oh, suffering together. That's the thing about misery deserves company. The actual misery deserves company. We're not talking about someone feeling bad and another person coming by and telling you, oh yeah, I feel you. If it makes you feel any better, I had a worse day too. Not that misery deserves company. That is too, in my opinion, that is two detached people who have detached events, who's competing for who is more miserable in order to elevate the other person. That misery deserves company, not my cup of tea. The misery deserves company type of thing is, this person is sad. I'm going to sit down next to this person and I'm going to share the space with them in complete silence because we can share that time together. That is misery deserves company. Like, if someone is miserable and they feel like no one's there for them, you make yourself available. That's the company in the misery. You're sharing in their misery. So, like, you're literally showing that you care to be there. Not like yap or like talk, like, there is chances of miscommunication where like someone keeps yapping and keep telling the person what they don't believe and try to gaslight them, right? That's a different story. But when someone's miserable, you can make yourself available, right? In some way, shape, or form, your presence provides the opportunity for that person, right? Sometimes being visible is simply enough. Other times, a compliment. So go get it. That's an end for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, talk about things. I have no shortage of yap in my toolbox. I do spend nearly most of my time trying to find out how to enable people, right? Like, I watch YouTube for the sake of coming up with ideas, enable people. I doom scroll for the sake of understanding how doom scrolling works to enable people. That is pretty much what I feel like I'm going to do for the next 20 years of my life, at least, if I live that long. So feel free, come on by. Let's challenge your cynicism or your positivity. It would be really educational to me to meet someone who trumps me in this situation, like who specializes in enabling people or solving people's problems, because I would love to learn even more than firsthand. Nowadays, solving problems come at extrapolating YouTube experiences parasocially and then the rare occasional people that spend time with me on a limited frame and talk about it, willing to share things, I take their stories and try to use it as points of vicarious experience, because one life is not enough. Like, my own life is not filled with enough experiences that can apply to everyone I could possibly meet, or eventually meet, or never meet. The idea is the stories of others, especially on YouTube, provides the context and the platform for me to exercise these things. If you don't think you see a way, let's go challenge that notion. Right. So until then, you're more than welcome. 皆さん、またね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, take a short bathroom break, walk around and stretch a bit, and I'll be back for Hanzi Hero. Thank you.